A young man, Bai, was angry, saying he couldn't believe the apartment owner had changed the lock just because he couldn't pay this month's rent. He commented that the landlord didn't realize this would literally make him homeless, forcing him to sleep on the streets. Bai added that the payment for the novel he had just released would take a long time to arrive. With his hands in his pockets, he noticed he had very little money left to live on and wondered how he would survive with just that. Looking up, he saw a lottery shop and thought that since he was already at rock bottom, he might as well try his luck. Entering the lottery shop, Bai asked for a scratch card. The shopkeeper, who was smoking, asked which one he wanted. Bai replied that it didn't matter, as he was just testing his luck. However, Bai noticed something strange. He rubbed his eyes, questioning if what he saw was real. He seemed to see chances printed on each scratch card and wondered if he was hallucinating from overwork. The shopkeeper handed him a scratch card with a 100 success rate. When Bai tried to touch it, his finger went through it, making him question whether he was the only one seeing this or if it was some kind of illusion. Deciding to test one, he scratched it and won 10 yuan. His eyes lit up, and he asked for 2 more. Upon scratching them, he won another 5 yuan and then 50 yuan. He began to wonder if the numbers on top of the scratch cards indicated the probability of success. The shopkeeper, growing suspicious, prepared a row of tickets, 9 with 100 and 1 with 0. Bai opened the one with 0. Bai opened the one with 0 and didn't win, confirming that he was indeed seeing the success chances. The shopkeeper advised him to have self-control, but Bai, determined, asked for 20 more tickets costing 10 yuan each. The shopkeeper questioned if he was going to spend his last bit of money, reminding him of the risk. 10 minutes later, Bai had already transferred 20,000 yuan to his account. Bai began questioning how the success chances worked and how much he could win based on them. The shopkeeper tried to convince him to stop, but Bai was determined to continue. However, upon receiving the next batch of tickets, Bai noticed that the probabilities had changed. He realized that the probabilities seemed to be based on his thoughts and concluded that by rephrasing his questions, he could win much more money. Bai told the shopkeeper that today was his lucky day, but the shopkeeper believed his luck would run out. Bai kept scratching tickets and initially stopped winning, much to the shopkeeper's relief. The shopkeeper advised him to stop, saying his luck had run out. However, Bai had been secretly buying 0 tickets to disguise his plan. Eyeing a ticket with a 30,000 yuan prize, Bai turned the tables, winning several smaller amounts before finally winning 15,000 yuan. The shopkeeper was shocked, realizing that Bai had taken all the winning tickets. He tried to persuade Bai to keep buying, but Bai noticed that all the remaining tickets had 0 probabilities and refused. He explained that he needed to be diligent and careful with his money, leaving the shop satisfied. Outside, Bai wondered if he could use this newfound ability for purposes beyond lotteries. Testing his powers, he saw the probabilities of successfully opening a door, which decreased as he hesitated. Suddenly, a dog burst through the door. Bai stepped back just in time, confirming that his ability was real. The shopkeeper, surprised, asked if Bai knew the dog would come in. Bai invented a story, claiming he was a seer from a family of fortune-tellers with a 3,000-year lineage. The shopkeeper, still suspicious, asked Bai to guess something about his financial future. The shopkeeper mentioned he was about to sell an apartment but didn't know for how much. Using his ability, Bai determined the shopkeeper could sell it for 4.3 million yuan. The shopkeeper was impressed and thankful, eventually offering Bai 300,000 yuan as compensation for his help. Bai almost felt embarrassed to accept such a large amount but left the shop with gratitude. As Bai walked out, he noticed the dog showing signs of distress. Though he initially called the dog stupid, he realized it might be a purebred. He wondered about the chance of the dog having an owner, and the system confirmed it was 100. Deciding to help the dog, Bai saw an opportunity to earn money as well. While playing with the dog, a ball it was holding flew onto a billboard, bounced back, and hit both of them on the head. Bai laughed, calling the dog stupid but also wondered about its owner. Bio could hardly stand it as the dog pulled his leg. He thought the idiot seemed to want to lead him to its owner. Suddenly, the dog ran off frantically. Bio wondered if the dog was at least heading toward its owner and decided to follow it to see. The protagonist chased the dog and, 3 minutes later, found himself in Central Park, where a girl was taking selfies for TikTok. Bio was surprised by the girl's beauty, thinking she was a 9 out of 10. He wondered what the probability was that she was the dog's owner, and concluded it was 100. Apparently, the owner was a beauty. Initially, he only thought about asking her for money as a reward for finding the dog. The girl was calmly taking several selfies, and seeing this, Bio thought she must be stupid for not realizing her dog had been lost for a while. As he and the dog approached the girl, she asked if the husky with him was named Orion because it looked a lot like her dog. Bio thought she was dense and stupid. She squatted to talk to the dog and commented that even its barks were similar to her dog's. But Orion was a bit more handsome. She added that his husky seemed a bit dumb, less intelligent than hers, ate about 500 tons of dog food, and that her dog's coat looked better. Hearing her say these things, Bio had no reaction. And likewise, she showed no reaction either. However, he asserted that it was her dog. The girl replied that he must be joking because her dog was tied up over there. 5 minutes later, embarrassed, she thanked Bio and gave him her phone number. He said it was no problem and was glad she found her dog. Later, Bio saw a picture of the girl and the dog making a mess in her posts. Seeing this, he commented that her dog was destroying everything and said he would have kicked it out if he were the owner. However, he admitted he couldn't even kick it out because he had been kicked out of his own house and had nowhere to go. The girl ignored his comment and casually said that if he didn't have a house, he should just buy one. Bio thought she might be right. Now that he had the probability ability, why was he still thinking about paying rent? He concluded that buying a house would be easier once he got rich. But he wondered how he would get rich quickly enough to buy a house. He didn't have nearly enough money, and even paying in installments with a 300,000 yuan deposit wouldn't be easy. He needed a quick way to make money. The lottery seemed too suspicious, and stocks would take too long. Then he had the idea of checking out antique collections. Arriving at the Chinese market, he noticed merchants loudly announcing their items. Suddenly, a guy with 2 teeth suggested that Bio take a look at his porcelain collection. Other merchants started forming a circle around him, all advertising their goods. A fat vendor on the right commented that Bio was a novice wandering around aimlessly and probably didn't know anything about antiques. Bio stopped and thought these guys must think he was a novice, a bunch of lions ready to steal his money. One merchant suddenly told him that these were antiques inherited from his ancestors and that his name was Lai, claiming his ancestor was the poet-like son. Surprised, Bio said he would take a look, but in his mind he affirmed that these merchants saw him as an easy target. Deciding to show them what it was like to deal with a novice who never gets fooled, he wondered about the chances that the items were genuine. The probability was 100. Something was off. Bio realized it might depend on how he phrased his questions. He then asked about the chances that the items in that stall had a value above 10,000 yuan and concluded that none did. He asked the merchant about an item, and the merchant claimed it was the most valuable antique, offering it for 20,000 yuan. Bio thought the merchant was a scoundrel, trying to sell something not worth even 200 yuan for 20,000. He decided to leave, and the merchant, seeing this, became desperate. Bio thought the place would be tough, full of crooks everywhere. To buy something worthwhile, he needed an item he could sell for at least 10,000 yuan. Looking at the fat man's stall, Bio asked the system what the chance was of finding something worth 10,000 yuan there. The probability was 10, but it gradually increased to 300,000 yuan. Confident he could make a good deal there, Bio approached the stall. The fat man, seeing him coming, began planning something malicious. He explained that buying antiques required vision and claimed he worked with integrity. unlike unscrupulous merchants. He suggested they discuss prices and proudly displayed an item, claiming it was of excellent quality. Bio interrupted him, stating he wasn't interested, as the probability showed 0. He said he wanted the item that had a 100 chance of selling for 500,000 yuan. The fat man thought Bio was foolish, believing the item was worthless trash, and mentally questioned how he could increase the price of something so ugly. Meanwhile, Bio reflected that the seller was likely strategizing to raise prices. Slapping his own face, Bio reminded himself to remain calm and not appear overly confident, as it might tip off the seller. The fat man continued promoting the item, emphasizing its craftsmanship and historical significance, but Bio remained resolute, relying on his probability ability to make the best decision. The fat man claimed the vase was handcrafted and produced a clean sound, offering it for 50,000 yuan. He stated that if Bio acquired it and sold it anywhere, he would make a fortune. Bio was confused by the fat man and, in his thoughts, questioned whether the seller even knew the item was worth 500,000 yuan. After finishing his thoughts, Bio commented that the vase was indeed beautiful, but that he didn't feel an affinity for it. Instead, he found another very good item. The merchant smiled and remarked that the boy had a good eye for antiques, as he was interested in a bronze pot. He claimed it was a treasure excavated from his homeland and offered to sell it for 8,000 yuan, stating this was the original price he had paid for it. The merchant asked Bio what he thought. Bio reasoned that compared to the item's original value, 8,000 was nothing. However, he decided to ask the system if the merchant knew the vase's real value. The system revealed a clear 0. Seeing these results, Bio thought that with his probability ability, he could deceive the seller without the man even realizing it. However, he debated whether to pretend to be a novice or a poor buyer to make the seller lower the price further. He decided to determine the minimum price the seller would accept. Bio asked the system about the probability of the fat man selling the item for 4,000 yuan, which surprisingly dropped to 2,000 yuan with a 100 chance. After this conclusion, Bio stated that 8,000 yuan was a bit high and asked if the seller could lower the price a little. The seller, who had spent only a few coins acquiring the item along with a batch of others, noticed it was the boy's first time in the market. He commented that 8,000 wasn't expensive, but allowed Bio to name his price. The protagonist said he could only pay 2,000 yuan. The seller, surprised by the amount, called him poor. Bio insisted on buying it for 2,000 yuan, but feigned quick disinterest. Forced by this, the seller reluctantly agreed to the deal, and the transaction was made. Bio thought he had made a fortune, while the fat man believed he had struck gold by selling to a naive kid. The seller chuckled, recalling how, just the day before, he had sold an item he got for a few coins to a pretty girl for 8,000 yuan. Now, he had sold a worthless item for 2,000 yuan. Speaking of the girl from the previous day, she suddenly appeared, heading toward old Wan's shop. Before she could reach him, Wan was already saying that it wasn't his problem if she couldn't sell the item. He claimed she had chosen to pay that price and reminded her that his shop was small and didn't offer refunds. The girl demanded to know if Wan had sold the bronze pot. Without hesitation, she stated she was willing to pay 10,000 or even 50,000 or even 50,000 yuan for it. The seller began trembling at the amount, glancing at Bio in the distance, and wondering if the pot was really worth that much. He also questioned how the boy had known. The girl, growing impatient, stared at Wan and wondered if he was stalling to raise the price. She declared that if 50,000 wasn't enough, she would offer 60,000 or even 80,000 yuan. Frustrated, she questioned why Wan wasn't responding and demanded an answer. A friend next to Wan commented that he was impressed Wan was trying to sell something worth 300 yuan for 80,000. Old Wan, regaining composure, told the girl they could close the deal for 100,000 yuan. She agreed, leaving Wan stunned. The friend laughed at the situation, pointing out that Wan had already sold the pot for 2,000 yuan. The girl was incredulous upon hearing this. Old Wan stood up, vowing to get the vase back. Amid the commotion, someone in the crowd shouted a bid of 300,000 yuan for the bronze chalice. Everyone turned to look, and the crowd began murmuring about the boy's incredible luck. Wan, desperate, claimed he would never sell something so cheaply. The girl stepped forward, offering 550,000 yuan for the item. Bai, observing the girl, thought she had beautiful skin, a lovely face, long legs, and was a complete beauty. He mused that she must be a rich tunder. He thought his goddess had finally appeared, but with his probability ability, he couldn't be swayed by beauty. The girl, meanwhile, noticed Bai staring at her with a strange expression. She thought he looked disgusting but blamed her grandfather's stern upbringing for her current predicament. She had to buy the chalice at any cost, but the boy wondered if her chances of buying it were 100s, and whether she would pay even more. He turned to see the fat man and said, "The seller has also come." The fat man explained that the chalice he had bought from Old Wine for 2,000 was actually worth 550,000. Another merchant started mocking the fat man, and he collapsed right there. The girl came running and offered 550,000, saying, "Take it or leave it." The old man on the other side asked for calm, saying the girl was being irrational and that he had made the first offer. She replied that the old man hadn't closed the deal yet. The spoiled child reminded her of someone. The two stared at the protagonist, who said he wasn't the one buying and told them to sort it out among themselves. The girl thought it was a cheap trick to try to raise the price, assuming she and the old man were being played for fools. But seconds later, the two started raising the price, gradually reaching 600,000. The old man was about to say 700,000, but stopped and asked if the girl's grandfather was the crazy old man from Jaman. The woman, surprised, replied that he was her grandfather and asked who the old man was. The old man introduced himself as Lai Heo, a history professor at Hani University, just like her grandfather. The girl replied that he was the old Lai her father often talked about. The old man asked how her grandfather was, and she responded that he was doing very well and always went for morning walks. Bai, confused, asked if they were going to buy the chalice or not. The girl sighed, eyeing the old man, sharply replied that they were, and suddenly pushed him aside. She told him to take care and suggested he go have tea with her grandfather, saying she would pick him up later. With that, 600,000 were deposited into Bai's account. In his thoughts, he noted that he had gotten more than expected, 100,000 more than the initial price, and that he was almost a millionaire thanks to his golden touch. He thought this power was like that of a protagonist in Anam and wondered why the girl didn't give him her number. When he asked for her number, she looked at him with surprise and disgust. The protagonist thought he should calm down, noting that the girl seemed interested in antiques. He decided that when he found something truly valuable, he would call her. She stared at him, thinking he was awful, wondering who he thought he was. A toad hoping to kiss the princess. She found him too ugly and felt disgusted. Roy asked the girl if she was going to answer. Startled and uneasy, she asked what he meant by calling her his girl. In her thoughts, she called him a piece of crap and thought he was being too informal with her. Turning to him, she asked if he thought he was older than her to speak so casually. The protagonist then asked the assistant about the probability of the girl being older than him. The answer was 0. Observing her prideful demeanor, he thought she was worthy of being his woman, even if she didn't know it yet. Curious, Bai asked the system about the chance that the Empress was 20 years old. The answer was 100. He and she were both 20 years old. He was born on September 30 and began wondering about her birth date. He ruled out October and December, then asked the system if they were born on the same day. The answer was 100. He was born at 3:23 in the afternoon, so he asked if she was born between 7:00 a.m. and noon. The answer was negative. Then he asked if she was born after 5:00 p.m. Again, the answer was negative. Finally, he learned they were both born at 3:30, with only a 1-minute difference. Bio thought she was trying to act older, but he was slightly older than her. The protagonist began teasing her, saying that she turned 20 this year and was born at the end of September. The girl was confused. He continued affirming that she must be wondering how he knew this, and claimed it was just a predictive ability. She glared at him and replied that anyone could find that information online. She told him to stop joking because she was leaving. The protagonist challenged her, stating that she was born in the afternoon, around 3:30. The girl was shocked and didn't know what to say. The crowd commented that he had gone too far researching her, calling him a pervert. The protagonist thought this wasn't supposed to happen. The girl tried to escape, but he insisted, saying he wasn't done yet. He boldly claimed she was born at 3:24, and even more precisely, at 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 36 seconds. The girl, sweating, pulled out her phone and called her mother, asking for confirmation of her birth time. Her mother confirmed it. 3:24 and 36 seconds. The girl, extremely confused, said nothing. The protagonist urged her to say something because her silence scared him. She finally responded, saying she couldn't believe how strange he was. She added that she was leaving. He tried to explain that it was just a joke and that he had guessed. She didn't believe him, saying he had even gotten the seconds right and was now treating her like an idiot. She asked what the trick was. The protagonist thought she looked even more beautiful when angry and replied that it was just logical deduction and a bit of guessing. She questioned if he was serious about the guessing. Bio commented that not all fortune tellers were liars and added that she was wearing black underneath today. She grew angrier at this remark. He then asked loudly why he didn't see her boyfriend and what the chance was of her being single, deducing she never liked any man. Extremely embarrassed, she asked what he was saying. The crowd around them was staring at her, and the protagonist said he spoke clearly. The woman pulled him away, and the two ran to a more secluded place. She put her foot on the wall and demanded he tell her how he knew all that about her. Bio replied that it was just his calculations and guesses. She didn't believe him, so he challenged her, saying he knew where the 3 birthmarks on her body were, and that knowing someone's orientation was much easier than that. She was shocked and at the same time shy and angry. A while later, the protagonist was adding her contact information. He said that if he had something good to sell, he would let her know, and added that if she wanted any fortune telling advice, she could ask him. In his thoughts, he reflected that his guessing ability was so accurate he could even discover people's secrets. He didn't expect to learn so much from that girl. Observing the situation, he noticed that the old man who knew her was calling someone. He wondered if the old man had overheard their conversation and asked the system what the chances were that the girl's family would find out she had no interest in men. Initially, the answer was 0. However, the situation was changing, and the chance of the secret being discovered reached 100. He concluded this likely happened because of the public conversation. He questioned if Mr. Lai had already called the family and panicked, as he didn't intend for this to happen. He messaged the girl and said that, because of the 600,000, the secret might not be a secret for her family anymore. She ran to try to find the protagonist, but he was already hidden. Suddenly, her parents contacted her to talk about it. From a distance, he just watched as her family, on the phone, told her to come home because her mother and father had something to ask her. Bio thought his fortune telling ability was a blessing for him but a curse for others. Suddenly, his phone rang. His mother had arranged a blind date for him. Although he refused, the date was already set for 8:15 p.m. at the restaurant. He thought about leaving since it was taking a while and complimented the girls in the place. He saw a woman with blue hair entering the establishment, accompanied by Kim. The system confirmed that Kim Kim had 100 interest in the blue-haired woman. The blue-haired woman stared at Bio, quickly removed Kim Kim's hand from her arm, and started to cry. Bio thought Kim Kim was looking at him like she wanted to kill him. The blue-haired woman approached and asked if he was Bio. Introducing herself as Ma, she said she believed he was a good man to date. People around them were incredulous at the situation, and Bio was even more confused. Kim Kim fell into desperate tears. Bio commented that the situation was strange. Mu asked if he didn't find her attractive. He replied that, yes, she was amazing in every aspect. In his thoughts, he wondered how to get out of this situation. Mu approached and whispered in his ear that she was serious and it wasn't a joke. Then she hugged him, doubting if it was a dream. He asked the system, which gave a result of 0. The girl stared at him and gave him a forced kiss, leaving Kim Kim desolate. Mu told him to follow her to meet her parents. Bio deduced that Mu wasn't in love with him, but was using him as a shield to make Kim Kim give up. Hesitant, he wondered if she really wanted to introduce him to her parents. Seeing his hesitation, Mu asked if he regretted it. The protagonist thought she kissed him, and he should be getting involved in this situation. Seeing Mu, he shed a tear. Bio decided to go with her. Arriving at her house, she loudly announced their arrival. Her mother asked how the date went and if she had failed again. Mu introduced Bao as her boyfriend, and he tremblingly greeted her mother, calling her Miss Ma. In his thoughts, he questioned how he ended up there, but decided to act to help Ma. Her mother was surprised and happy, while her father in the kitchen shouted with joy. He approached and asked Bio where he and his daughter had met. Mu said they had known each other since high school but hadn't talked much and were now surprisingly together. The father was suspicious, but the other said it was wonderful to hear. The father pulled Bio aside and said that his wife would cook something delicious for them. He placed them in his daughter's room and asked them to sit on the bed. Before Bio could speak, the parents had already left the room. He asked the system if those were her real relatives, and the system confirmed with 100% certainty. Mu's mother entered bringing fruit, but the father drove her away, saying she was disturbing their fun and that they should enjoy their time together. Mu, embarrassed, explained that her parents were excited because it was the first time she had brought a boyfriend home. The protagonist thought he had hit the jackpot by getting involved with the girl, observing that her parents seemed very excited. Behind the door, the parents listened, and the father wondered why the two were so quiet, considering it the perfect opportunity for them. The mother, scared, expressed concern about what the young man might do with her daughter. The old man asked her to calm down and assured her they couldn't let them notice, adding that the cleaver was sharp for any eventuality. In the room, Bio was confused by the situation and decided to clarify everything. He stood up, but Ma, scared, ran to him. Bio calmed her, saying he just wanted to talk. She apologized, saying she still needed to get used to the relationship. He understood her nervousness and stepped back a bit, but she, embarrassed, asked him not to stay too far. Bao observed Mu's beauty up close. He wonders about the chance of holding her hand without her feeling disgusted, estimating the probability at 80. Thinking about a hug, the chance drops to 76. And for a kiss, the probability is 59. He questions if he could, but remembers she is just a fake girlfriend to fool her parents. Confused by the situation, he decides not to get more involved. When Bio tries to explain, he trips and falls to the floor. Mu's father opens the door, desperately asking what he is doing with his daughter. Mu asks her father what he is doing. The mother quickly pulls the father out of the room. Bio, confused, wonders if the father was holding a cleaver and thinks it was a close call. He concludes that the father really doesn't believe he's the boyfriend of his daughter. The mother, while hitting the father, asks him to explain why he had the cleaver. The father responds that he is just protecting his daughter and that there is nothing wrong with that. Bio thinks that pretending to be Mu's boyfriend is dangerous and that he almost got sliced. Wanting to get out of this situation, Ma asks if he's okay, impressing him again with her beauty. The protagonist decides that he doesn't want to get involved in this family matter anymore. so he says they need to discuss the situation again. Surprised and somewhat angry, Mu asks if he regrets it. Bio argues that he doesn't want to keep deceiving her parents and that the situation can only be resolved with a serious conversation with them. Mo, holding his arm, begs him to help her just this once. Outside, the father asks if they are fighting, while the mother, ignoring him, says it's his fault. Bio leaves the room, walking past them and heading for the door, determined to leave. As he begins putting on his shoes, the mother tells him not to put on his shoes because she spilled water while cooking. She thinks he can't leave like that and suggests he spend the night there. Father agrees and reinforces the suggestion. Bio invents an excuse about a sick nephew and decides to leave. In bed, the protagonist thinks that making money in a safe and calm manner is the only way forward. At the antique auction, old Wang, still resentful, prepares relics and is surprised to see Bio. He tries to sell a set of porcelain, claiming it is of great value. Bio, using his system, discovers that the items are genuine and worth much more than the offered price. After a quick negotiation, Bio decides to buy the pieces, surprising Wang and leaving quickly with his acquisition. Old Wang considers the possibility that some of those items might be genuine, but quickly dismisses the idea, thinking the protagonist is just a novice who gave him $500,000 profit. At the corner, a pink car stops in front of the shop. A girl gets out of the car and asks Wang where the Tansen-kai artifacts she sold the previous night are. She offers $1 million to get them back, claiming a porcelain piece in that set is very important to her grandfather. Wang is shocked, and the girl insists, pleading and explaining that it belonged to her grandfather and should not have been sold. The fat man responds that he wanted to sell, but had already sold them to someone else. Wang's colleague comments that the boy paid $500,000 for them. Hearing this, the girl falls into desperate tears. Old Wang tries to console the girl, saying the items were fake. She angrily shouts that there was a genuine Tansen-kai piece in the set worth $10 million. The other vendor, mocking Wang, highlights that he sold something of great value for very little. Inside a pawn shop, a man analyzes the item bought by Bao. The old man comments on the item's impeccable condition and compares it with another he owns. The protagonist thinks the chance that the item belongs to the man is 100, and the system confirms it. The old buyer offers $9 million for it, a price Bio promptly accepts. Our now richer boy receives a card from the buyer and leaves. Outside, he sees the girl from the pink car running toward the place. He thinks the chance of her tripping is 100 and warns her, preventing the fall. Despite the warning, the girl ends up tripping and Bio catches her, preventing her from falling. Confused, the girl asks how he knew she was going to fall, while people around them question the scene. The girl asks to be let go, but Bio responds that it is she who needs to let him go. After a brief tussle, she finally releases him, and Bio starts to leave. But the girl tells him to stop. She writes her number in his phone, stating she will resolve the situation later. Bio is surprised and checks the girl's profile on his phone, thinking about his newfound wealth, considering buying a car or a house. As he walks, old Wang asks if he has sold the porcelain and for how much. Bio replies he sold it for $9 million, and Wang unexpectedly congratulates him, despite having lost a great amount. The fat man from a distance is planning something malicious against Bio. Back at the pawn shop, the granddaughter arrives as the old man analyzes the item. She notices he has already bought it and nervously tries to leave quickly. The grandfather notices her nervousness and calls her to talk, suspecting she has done something wrong again. The last time she was this nervous, she sold one of his porcelains for 10 new ones, and the buyer came to his shop selling it for a very high price. The old man starts connecting the dots, and the granddaughter desperately flees the place, running. The girl reflects on the quick transaction and the need to retrieve the piece before its value is discovered. She remembers the boy who mentioned she. He wonders if the girl will fall and questions if he really has such good foresight. Bio feels a chill and asks the system if it's because of old Wang. The system confirms it with a 100. Bio then speculates if Wang will try to trick him with fake relics again, and the system confirms it. Thinking about his chances of success, Bio concludes he needs to diversify his strategies to avoid relying solely on antiques. He reflects on his recent interactions, including with crazy women, and has an idea. When he confirms there will be a valuable item at the pavilion the next day, he begins thinking about buying a car. Bio sees the girl at the bus stop and notices she posted on her stories about leaving the car at her grandfather's shop. He notices the suspicious man in a hoodie and alerts the girl, who gets nervous and questions his intentions. The bus is arriving, and the girl ignores Bio's warning. The man starts approaching, and when he tries to harass her, she reacts violently, surprising Bio with her strength. He concludes she must practice martial arts. While the girl is impressed with Bio's ability to predict events, he tries to distance himself from her, thinking about the time it will take to get to the dealership. However, after some thought, he begins to suspect a potential arsonist on the bus. The system confirms that there is a criminal with 9 liters of gasoline planning to set the vehicle on fire. Desperate, Bio calls the police, who initially doubt his detailed information. Bio discovers that there is a police officer on the bus, but he doesn't know who the arsonist is. Using the system, he identifies the suspect in the back of the bus with a large backpack. The girl notices he is nervous and puts her hand on his shoulder, asking why he is running away from her. Seeing an opportunity, he yells at her, calling her a brute gorilla girl. The protagonist thinks that by doing this, the criminal will be distracted and might alert the police officer. The girl looks at him angrily and moves to attack. The protagonist throws himself to the side, opening the criminal's bag full of gasoline. The girl punches the criminal in the face, knees him in the stomach, and as he falls, delivers a reverse kick to the back of his neck, knocking him out. She handcuffs the criminal and inspects the liquid, revealing it to indeed be gasoline. The protagonist is surprised to realize that the girl is a police officer. At the bus stop outside, Bio tries to leave discreetly, but the girl interrupts his departure. She says she heard it was him who reported everything to the police and asks if he wouldn't like to give an explanation. Bio thinks the girl will be a problem all the time and is on his case. Bio responds that if he tells her, she must keep it a secret or he will be in trouble because of her. The girl, in her thoughts, questions if he has some kind of power because he's guessing too much. Bio realizes she doesn't believe anything. She continues insisting, not knowing what to say. The girl asks again how he knew a man intended to set the bus on fire. Bio responds that it was just a coincidence because it is his duty to help society. The girl doesn't believe him and pins him against the wall, saying he wasn't even on the bus when he called the police and hadn't even found the suspect yet. But even so, he knew the man was carrying 8 liters of gasoline. The protagonist's fake girlfriend is watching the situation. Bio responds to the girl that he just guessed. Hearing this, she asks if his guesses now predict the future and says they are going to take a walk to the police station. Fake girlfriend arrives and asks what he is doing. The police officer asks if the two know each other, and the fake girlfriend responds yes, asking if he's okay. The protagonist, in his thoughts, realizes the situation is escalating and becoming even more worrying. Maybe it's an opportunity. He winks at the fake girlfriend and says it's not what she's thinking. He didn't do anything with this girl because they have no relationship, but she's following him, pointing to the police officer. Bio says he told her he has a girlfriend and asks why she keeps harassing him. The girl desperately says she has nothing to do with this. The crowd comments that, to be honest, the girl is really following Bio. Hearing this, the police officer becomes both embarrassed and angry. Bio continues with the scene, saying that the girl doesn't leave him alone no matter what he does. The fake girlfriend joins the scene and says he is her boyfriend, asking the girl to stop bothering him. The police officer doesn't want to give up but relents. Approaching, she punches Bio and says she's not interested in him, but warns the fake girlfriend to be careful because her boyfriend might not be such a good person. Bio gets up, and the fake girlfriend shows concern. He says it hurt a bit, but at least he got rid of that problem and thanks her for the help. Bio says it was nothing since he helped her in that situation. So now they are even. Kim, the devil's daughter, is watching the situation and didn't like seeing Bio involved with Mui. The next day, the protagonist reflects on the previous day and decides not to get involved with those crazy women. He just wants money and decides to go to the pavilion. Upon arrival, he sees that old Wang is not there, and the vendor next door says he went to the campus and will be back soon. In his thoughts, Bio wonders if he will be able to buy something from old Wang today, and if he can buy from other stalls. Bio realizes that he won't find any valuable relics today and decides to search anyway. After a while, Bio notices an item that the system confirms is 100s genuine. He asks the merchant the price of the item, and the vendor responds that it is 3,000 yuans. Bio asks for a 50 discount, and the vendor quickly agrees. Bio thinks the vendor has no idea the item is authentic and decides to buy it immediately. The girl arrives and tells the merchant to sell it to her, saying she will pay the original 3,000 yuans. The merchant takes the item from Bio and hands it to the girl. Seeing this, Bio panics and offers 10,000 yuans. The girl doesn't back down and offers 30,000 yuans. Bio thinks the girl did it on purpose, and now the vendor will realize the item is much more valuable and won't sell it easily. He says he will give 50,000 yuans, and that if she really wants it so much, she should offer a higher amount, and it will be hers. The girl raises the bid to 100,000 yuans. Bio gets angry and thinks he can't fool Kim, wondering if she will raise the price even more. Kim, in turn, believes Bio is acting to sell a fake item. He finally accepts defeat. As he walks away, he thinks Kim entered the auction without analyzing properly, because he trusts his system to find many other products. Receiving the product, she reflects that it really seems to be from the Jing dynasty. Recognizing Bio's talent, as he walks, he notices the girl is following him and asks why. She responds that the street isn't his and it's none of his business. Bio continues going from shop to shop, and Kim follows him, always outbidding him. He finally asks if she is doing this on purpose. Kim claims she can do whatever she wants, since she has a lot of money and doesn't care. She reveals personal information about Bio, questioning his sudden rise and accusing him of cheating. Desperate, the protagonist defends himself, stating he just got lucky with the relics. Kim says her threats have scared him, and Bio responds that she won't be able to stop him from making money. She laughs and challenges him, stating he won't make a cent that day. Bio decides to pretend interest in various items to confuse Kim. Suddenly, he asks all the vendors to sell all the vendors to him. The girl, realizing his tactic, tells the vendor she will buy everything with a 10 crease, while Bio challenges her to really buy it all. The vendor, excited, agrees to sell to her. Bio mocks her, showing the transfer he received from the merchants as part of his plan. Kim gets furious and promises revenge. Bio just laughs, stating her threats are empty. Bio then leaves the pavilion, thinking that, even though he made good money today, Kim's family is very powerful. He believes that if she tries to mess with him, it will cause problems. Additionally, he notices that the system has updated but hasn't seen any changes. The protagonist thinks that when he tests it, he will know the difference. Despite having the skills to make money, he recognizes that the problem is the lack of contacts. He wonders where he can find these contacts. In front of his car, a man is standing and asks if he is Bio, introducing himself as Miss Kim's butler. Bio asks if the man is there to put him to eternal sleep, warning that if that is the case, it will take more men than just the butler. The butler responds that Bio has misunderstood everything, explaining that his mistress sent him to invite Bio to a celebrity gathering as an apology for today's incident. Bio is surprised and thinks that a celebrity gathering as an apology doesn't make sense coming from Kim. However, he recognizes that if he goes to such a place, he will meet many wealthy people, making it a perfect chance to expand his contact list. After much thought, Bio finally agrees to the butler's proposal. An hour later, he is at the door of the venue. Kim opens the door and says she didn't expect him to come since it took him so long. The protagonist replies that he never expected to be invited. Kim glares at him and tells him to follow her because she will introduce him to some people. They start the introductions of the guests, beginning with the successor of the Shanghai group, then the owner of StarTech, and ending with the owner of Heavy Media. Kim asks Bio if he knows the introduced guests, and he is impressed by their reactions. She thinks about the boy's ignorance who got all nervous when he saw someone famous. Bio quickly understands the situation and thinks that the girl wants to make a fool of him for being nervous. He knows that when he's nervous, thinking about it only makes things worse. The secret to breaking this cycle is to think about how people go to the bathroom. The peculiar strategy works, and Bio starts greeting the guests correctly and without nervousness. Kim is incredulous at seeing Bio's calmness. 5 minutes later, the two are sitting at a table. She says she was surprised to see that he can talk to these people. Bio responds that there is no difference between a celebrity and an ordinary person. The girl becomes serious and says that soon he will see the difference between them. The master of ceremonies arrives to make the announcement, saying that the esteemed guests should move on to the main topic of the illustrious gathering, a charity auction. Bio is surprised to learn that there will be such an event. Seeing an opportunity, she tries to mock him and asks if he doesn't know what a charity auction is. Our boy becomes serious and says he is not stupid enough not to know what such an event is. Kim changes the subject and says she has a Ming Dynasty porcelain plate she wants to put in the auction. Since Bio is an expert in relics, she hands it to him and asks him to estimate the price and bid for her. Bio, even devoid of intelligence, asks if she will really let him estimate the price and auction it. The girl replies that she's given him such good help that he can even use his name in the bid. She reminds him that he wants money and says this is a good opportunity to improve his reputation in front of all these people. Bio becomes thoughtful, recognizing that she is right. He knows that if he can improve his reputation with these wealthy people, he will take much more advantage of his skills. However, he becomes serious and asks if she is making fun of him somehow and why she is being so kind to him. Kim sighs and replies that she has given up and doesn't want to be his enemy anymore. Our boy is still suspicious and starts talking to the system. He asks if Kim gave him a fake product. The system replies that the product is genuine, being 100 from the Ming Dynasty, and was recently sold for 2.5 million. The protagonist thinks that the relic may be real, but perhaps there's something wrong with the auction. He asks if the auction will go well, and the system indicates a 100 success rate, with the piece being genuine and the auction guaranteed. Bio concludes that there is nothing to worry about, recognizing that he is overthinking. Even if she wants to do something, he has the system on his side and has nothing to fear. After these thoughts, Kim tries to take the box from Bio. He asks her to calm down, and she says that if he doesn't want it, it's better to forget it. Bio replies that he accepts her kindness. The auctioneer raises his hand and announces that the next and final item of the charity auction is the relic owned by Mr. Bio. He looks back and sees Kim with a malicious smile, thinking that her expression indicates something is wrong. The auctioneer continues announcing the last relic in Bio's possession. Bio feels apprehensive and thinks that there's no use overthinking it. The piece is real, and the system guaranteed a 100 success rate for the auction. So he decides to see what Kim's trick is. Bio turns to the audience and begins to introduce himself. During the presentation, he reveals the item he will auction, but unexpectedly, it is a roll of toilet paper. The audience is surprised, questioning if Bio has some kind of mental illness. Nervous about the situation, he thinks that he knew it wouldn't be so easy. Recalling when Kim asked him to pick up an earring that fell on the floor, he realizes that was the moment she must have switched the items. The auctioneer asks Bio if he feels like going to the bathroom, questioning why he would bring a roll of toilet paper to the auction. Kim mocks him, thinking about how Bio will handle the situation. He thinks that if he runs away, she will think even less of him and will despise him. Besides, it would be a lifelong shame. The protagonist decides that he has to sell the item, as the auction success rate is 100. With the paper in hand, Bio begins to tell a story about how the roll of toilet paper is the most precious gift he has ever received. He recalls his childhood when he was called a crybaby, and on his birthday, he received the roll of toilet paper from his parents, who said that men are willing to bleed but not to shed tears. Shortly after that, Bio's parents passed away unexpectedly. His family was very poor, and all he had were debts. Whenever he couldn't hold back, he would take a piece of paper and wipe his tears, telling himself that he had to be strong and move forward. Step by step, he reached that moment. Bio states that the roll of toilet paper is a testament to his suffering. And at that important moment, he makes a point of auctioning his most important item to contribute to charity. The audience doesn't seem to care about Bio's story, but a man in the back, smoking, says he liked the story and offers 100,000. The auctioneer raises his hand and closes the auction, stating that the sale is finalized. Bio sighs in relief, thinking he was lucky. He's good at inventing stories under pressure. He glares at Kim, thinking that she wanted him to fail. She says he got lucky this time, but next time it will be impossible. Our boy thinks he saved his skin, but his plan to meet celebrities went down the drain. Now he is seen as a clown by these people. Bio concludes that he will have to work hard to earn money and gain power, status, and dignity. A car passes by Bio with Moo and the man who bought the toilet paper, confused. Our boy asks the system why they are together. The system responds that they have a collaborative business and are about to get married. Bio realizes that the system is smarter, possibly due to the update. He reflects on the messy world of the rich and decides he wants to make money peacefully. Returning to his old methods, thinking about old wine, he asks the system if old wine found a gift recently. The system informs him that old wine is about to collect a treasure. The protagonist thinks that old wine is very strange. Every time he has treasures, it's Bio who ends up with the fortune. He wonders if he shouldn't just cooperate with Juan, as he seems to have a lot of access to antiques. If any inconvenience arises, Juan can still intervene for him. The next day at the pavilion, the fat man is talking to someone on the phone, asking why the person hasn't arrived yet, and mentioning that he's been waiting for a long time. The boy suddenly appears and Wang asks what he's doing there, saying there's nothing for him. The boy responds that old Wang shouldn't be angry. They are there to talk about a collaboration, as Wang is a lucky person who always buys good things. The boy mentions that he can see all these valuable items, and if they work together, he guarantees they will be the best partners in the future with a 50-50 split. The fat man asks why he needs to work with the boy, saying that he's been in this business for a long time and knows what he's doing. He asserts that the boy shouldn't be telling him what to do and should be ashamed to talk about collaboration, suggesting that he's there to affect his credibility. Again, the fat man tells the boy to get out of his sight, saying he doesn't want to see him anymore. The protagonist thinks that the fat man hates him because of the last two incidents. He concludes that now that Boss Wang is already angry, anything he says will only make the situation worse. Deciding that it's better to retreat for now, he thinks it's not worth fighting. Some other time, the opportunity to talk to him will arise, and sooner or later, old Wang will cooperate. After that, two men pass by Bio and go to talk to the fat man, who asks why it took them so long to arrive and asks to see the item. A man with a hat looks around suspiciously and says he's very sure that this is the 7-star sword of Keika, which has been neglected for a long time. The fat man responds that he didn't even need to say it, as he can see it with his own eyes. The boy thinks about the 7-star sword of Kaka and observes it very closely. He asks the system if it's a real sword and what the chance is that it's a genuine product. The system replies that the chance is 0. Old Wang says it looks like a good thing and asks when they want to make the transaction. The protagonist starts to think about what happened to Wang and why he's going to buy a fake item. He wonders if the forgery is so good that the fat man can't see it. The system informs him that the chance of Wang seeing that it's fake is 0. The protagonist concludes that those two men must produce very good replicas, but they can't hide from his eyes. He tries to identify which part of the sword is fake, but can't see it. The system asks if he's stupid and opens a screen of the item, showing several parts to him. The boy thinks that the fake part might be the jewel, but concludes that old Wang has a good eye for artifacts and would have known from the start if the jewel was fake. Bio wonders if it's a false bottom under the jewel, and if Wang would believe him if he said the sword was fake. He decides to use his special tactic, as there's no other way. He approaches and the fat man hides the sword, telling him to leave. Bio asks for calm and says he heard the conversation about the 7-star sword. He observes closely and notices that the skill of whoever made it is very good, being really similar to the original. Old Wang doubts and says the sword is perfect. He mentions that he's been dealing with antique for 10 years and knows very well what is fake and what is real. The fat man suspects that Bio also wants the sword, and that's why he's saying those things. Old Wang asks why Bio doesn't leave him alone, stating that he never had anything against him. The protagonist proposes that if he proves the sword is fake, Boss Wang will agree to cooperate with him in the future. He responds that if the sword is real, Bio might be saying it's fake to buy it later, and states that he doesn't believe him. The boy asks what the price of the sword is, and Wan reveals that it's worth 500,000. Bio says that if the item is not fake, he will pay the fat man 10 times the value. Placing the sword on Bio's chest, the fat man accepts the challenge and tells him to prove that the sword is fake, asserting that he's sure it's a genuine product. The boy asks everyone to watch closely, and with a bottle in hand he hits the item, making a yellow jewel fall off. He places the item in front of the fat man's face, revealing a QR code. This proves that the item is fake, leaving old Wang very angry. When Wang looks back, the two men have run away. The fat man turns and asks how the boy knew it was a fake sword, suggesting that he hired the crooks just to make the partnership. The boy responds that if he could have a product of that level, he would have tried to cooperate with Wang and sold it to him. As for his methods, he says that people from the mountains like him have magical methods. Wang asks Bio not to be so arrogant. He sees an opportunity and announces the collaboration for artifacts between the two. Once again, the fat man responds negatively, saying they will not collaborate. He calls the protagonist a weird kid and asserts that he can't figure him out, predicting that he might betray him in the future. Wang suggests that the protagonist finds someone else to collaborate with. Our boy tries to convince Wang, reminding him of the bet they made and asking if he's really going to break the promise. One responds that he's been working in this market for a long time and that no one is on his side here, referring to the two men who were there before. The fat man concludes by saying there will be no collaboration and offers the protagonist to choose anything from the stall as thanks for his help. Bao is intrigued by the situation and asks about all the items there. Wang proudly displays his treasures, showing off a cloak and a bowl with grand stories. But the protagonist comments that they seem like simple and common items. Old Wang is speechless in the face of the criticism, but tries to highlight the value of the artifacts despite the flaws pointed out. The protagonist is disappointed with what he has seen so far. He starts thinking about what the system said, that today he would find something valuable with Wang, but so far nothing. He then pulls something out of a bag, announcing a double saw used by Liai and Lu Zhang during the Three Kingdoms, and guarantees it is 100 real. Bio doubts the item is real and asks the system. The system confirms with 100 certainty, but still has no specific information about the item. Our boy is incredulous with this statement and still in doubt, asking if it is really real. Wang assures him it is and refuses to give it to Bio, as it is a valuable piece that he intends to profit greatly from. The protagonist realizes this is the opportunity he was waiting for and decides to acquire the sword. He provokes Wang, mentioning that he also believed in the seven-star sword before, asking him what the great treasure is this time. The fat man gets angry and calls him an idiot for not seeing the details. Bio continues, provoking, saying that Wang also believed in the details of the seven-star sword, insinuating that this double sword must also have a core code. Wang becomes disheartened, realizing he may have been deceived again, feeling disappointed in himself for trusting the artifacts. Before Wang throws the sword to the ground, the protagonist interrupts and asks for its price. The fat man, resigned, tells the protagonist to take whatever he wants, as he is disheartened by the situation. Bio thanks him, but decides he needs to sell the sword for a good price to avoid feeling guilty. He plans to use the sword to gain Wang's trust and explore future opportunities in the antiquity circle. Our boy goes to Mr. Che, asking a woman about him, who responds that Mr. Che is busy. The protagonist asks the system if Mr. Che knew he was present at that place. Would he attend to him? The system confirms with 100% certainty. Bio announces to the woman that the person who sold Tang, Sank Kai, is present. She is surprised and says she will call Mr. Che immediately. The protagonist feels a shiver when he hears a voice recognizing him as the seller of Tang Sank Kai. He turns and sees the gorilla girl preparing to confront him. The system alerts about an imminent fight with a 100% chance of injuries. The girl tries to attack him, but the protagonist manages to dodge and flee. Mr. Che, who is the girl's grandfather, arrives and reprimands her, asking her to calm down. She leaves, warning Bio not to appear in front of her again. The protagonist knows he barely escaped, but is aware that Zaxa will not leave him alone. Mr. Che apologizes for his granddaughter's behavior and explains that she is not bad, just impulsive. Bio observes Mr. Che, realizing that he's thinking about something important. The system informs him that it still cannot read minds without the necessary upgrades. Mr. Che invites Bio for tea and a chat, indicating that there are important matters to be discussed. Our boy enters the room and comments that the room was extraordinary. The elder implied that he thought the room was a mess, but it wasn't something just anyone could have, adding that if he wasn't mistaken, the young man must have brought a treasure. He confirmed, telling Mr. Che to take a look at the specific piece. Mr. Che examined it and said it seemed like a treasure from the Eastern Tan dynasty. Bio felt confident, agreeing and adding that ordinary things were not worthy of Mr. Che, stating that only precious objects like that deserve to be in the elder's collection. The old man explained that it was an Eastern hand double sword that had been auctioned for 5 million. Our boy suggested that the sword was used by Leah. The elder showed surprise, commenting that if that were the case, the price would increase 10-fold. The protagonist continued, saying that great objects should be used by great masters, and he thought Mr. Che was the perfect match for that sword, mentioning that the younger generation wanted to give that sword as a gift to express their admiration. The old man asked why the young man wanted to give something so good to an old man like him, commenting that if the young man sold that sword to an international buyer, he would have money to reach the heavens. The boy replied that the most important thing was for the sword to find a good master, like the elder. Mr. Che, looking directly at him, placed the sword on the table and said that was fine, but first they should drink the first tea. Bio wondered if the old man was not satisfied with the sword, or if he was dissatisfied with him. The system replied that the satisfaction rate with the sword was 100, while with the young man, it was only 10. The elder said that the gift was too much, and he wouldn't dare accept it. He explained that he made friends based on people's character and skills, not their gifts. He proposed they remain just gentlemanly colleagues. Protagonist reflected that the rejection was direct, wondering if the old man thought he was not qualified to be his friend. The system confirmed that the perception was that he was not qualified. The elder explained that the sword was an excellent piece and that its market price was 5 million. He assured the young man that he would pay according to that price and said that if the young man found something even better in the future, He could bring it, and he wouldn't treat him badly. The protagonist thought that he was going to give that sword as a gift to make friends with the old man. But he rejected it because he believed the young man was not qualified. Finding the old man interesting, he emphasized that without skill, he could not be his friend. He turned to the elder and said that in business, it was not just a matter of money, but also skills. Competencies that were important. Mr. Che asked what he meant by that. Our boy replied that he just said if that sword had been used by Li, it would be worth 50 million. The old man asked if he was so sure that the sword was used by Li. Our protagonist confirmed, saying that the elder must be wondering how he knew that. Mr. Che commented that he noticed the young man had talented eyes and asked how he knew that. He explained that, actually, he was an ordinary person, but he happened to learn about divination calculations. The elder asked what he was talking about and if he knew how to see any antiquity just by calculating. Bio confirmed and said it wasn't just antiquities, commenting that, at that moment, Sokka was outside that window trying to listen to their conversation. Outside, the girl was trying to climb. She thought that Bio was trying to deceive her grandfather again, so she needed to hear what they were talking about. When she looked up, her grandfather was staring at her. Our protagonist greeted Zode, explaining that he didn't expect her to have that ability. She asked why he was provoking her. Her grandfather yelled at her, scaring the girl, saying she was wrong, and she ran away. Our young man continued asking if Mr. Che now believed he could guess things. The elder replied that maybe he had just heard the movement outside and deduced it was Fox, explaining that this was not enough to convince him that the young man could foresee things. Our protagonist thought the old man was really difficult. He asked Mr. Che how he could make him believe in him. The elder replied that if he could guess that, the question shouldn't be asked of him. Our young man thought about what to do to make the old man believe in him. If he couldn't convince him quickly, at that moment things would only get stranger in the future. Wondering what the probability of convincing him was, the system gave an 87 chance. It was high, but if he talked to him about all the antiquities in the room, what would the chance be? The system gave a 100 chance. After his thoughts, he told Mr. Che that he observed his dining room and noticed he had 26 antiquities. The elder replied that seeing there were 26 antiquities only showed that he knew how to count, so that had nothing to do with divination. The protagonist asked Mr. Che to listen carefully to what he had to say. The old man replied that he was all ears. Our boy thought that, with the old man still calm, there was no reason to worry. He activated the system, and several 3D information displays appeared. After a burst of data, he began to talk about specific details of an item. The old man responded that the boy was doing well. Bio continued saying that the set was a royal utensil worth about $20 million. The old man confirmed, but said that this still wasn't enough to convince him. Then Bio mentioned that the Black Jade platform was a Ming Dynasty revolutionary object worth about $5 million, and that it had also been used by Shang Xuan, assistant chief of the Lin Dynasty cabinet. Surprised, Mr. Che asked how Bio knew that, as it took 2 years for all the elders to discover it. Bio, ego boosted, replied that it was natural calculations, a form of divination, and asked the old man to relax because he hadn't finished yet. Che, a bit unsettled, asked Bio to continue. He proceeded with his knowledge, saying that the brush holder was from Emperor Zhang Qin's study room of the Qin dynasty, and that they were from the time of the Republic of China. Bronze jar was from the Song dynasty, produced during the spring and autumn period. The white porcelain and the hole in furnace were also from the Yuan dynasty. After describing all the antiquities in the room, the old man was completely confused. Bio then asked if the old man still doubted his abilities. He replied that he couldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Bio was satisfied and asserted that the sword had been used by Liu Baya and asked if the old man believed now. Mr. Che admired Bio's intelligent calculations, responding that the elders conducted various researches to determine the origin of the items. However, he feared that claiming the sword was used by Lee based only on Bio's word was a bit too mysterious to be proven. The protagonist was confused and wondered if the old man still didn't believe him. But the system said that the old man believed 100. He wondered why, now that the old man believed, he was still challenging him. Our boy speculated that Mr. Che had something to say or needed his help, and the system indicated there was a 100 chance. Bio continued thinking that the old man was impressive because he had just been outdone by the protagonist's talent, and now was trying to use tricks. Our boy acknowledged that the old man was truly a prominent elder in the antique circle. Observing Mr. Che, Bio wondered if the problem was related to antiquities, and the system confirmed with 100. The protagonist realized that Mr. Che wanted to discover something about the authenticity of a piece. The protagonist asked Mr. Che if there was something he wanted Bio to identify. Surprised, the old man asked how he knew, but admitted that he was recently troubled by something related to an antique. He explained that if our boy could help determine the authenticity of the piece, it would be a great help. The protagonist thought this was the perfect chance. If he could solve the problem, he could seal a friendship with the old man. Aloud, Bio said he would be happy to help, and affirmed that Mr. Chi's business was like his own. She thanked him, and the two descended a staircase to a basement. The young man commented on the size of the basement. The old man explained that in their business one needed to be careful because some important treasures needed to be hidden there. He mentioned that he recently received a blue and white dragon jar, a piece of exceptional quality. The protagonist thought that the old man was truly worthy of being the great elder compared to him and old Wong, who seemed like street beggars. The two entered the vault, and Chi mentioned that he tried his best, but no matter how he looked, the jars still seemed genuine. The protagonist wondered why the old man had so many doubts. He confessed that he always felt uncertain and thought something was wrong, which was why the deal wasn't concluded. He asked Mr. Bai to verify the authenticity of the jar and offered 1.5 million as a service fee, regardless of the results. Upon hearing this, Bai thought the old man framed the situation as if he was only interested in the money, but Bai's ambition now wasn't money. They reached the front of a second vault that housed the 9 dragon jar. Mr. Chi presented the object, and our boy was impressed by the size and beauty of the jar. The old man explained that the market value of the jar was 1.3 billion and asked the young man to verify its authenticity. Bai replied that he would do his best to help. The young man examined the jar and waited for a response from the system, which said he needed to ask a question to get the correct answer. So, the protagonist asked the system if the jar was original, with the system responding that it was 100 fake. He was at a loss as to how to prove the jar was fake. The system showed the location of the evidence of forgery, but he would need to break the bottom of the jar with a forced chance of losing the evidence. The protagonist thought that even knowing it was fake, the chance of destroying the jar was dangerous. If he broke it carelessly, the piece worth 1.3 billion could ruin his life. However, if he didn't take the risk, the old man wouldn't believe him. He wondered if normal people could identify the jar as fake, and the system responded that the probability was 1.4. Desperate, the protagonist realized it was almost impossible for a normal person to identify the jar if even Mr. Che was having difficulty. Other experts would too. He understood it was very risky if he broke the jar without care. It could be his ruin. However, if he didn't take the risk, he would lose the old man's trust. Mr. Che stared at Bai and asked if he had discovered anything. He crossed his arms and responded that he could say with certainty that the jar was fake. The old man, not fully convinced, asked if he could prove it. Bai explained that the evidence was at the bottom of the jar. They both looked at the bottom of the jar, and the old man commented that he had examined it many times and it didn't seem like anything was wrong. So, he asked where the mentioned proof was. Bai responded that the proof was inside the bottom of the jar. Incredulous, the old man asked if Bai wanted to break the jar. Bai confirmed that, unfortunately, that was the only way to prove the piece was fake. the old man said that since the deal wasn't closed yet, the jar wasn't in his possession, and he would have to inform Mr. Jiang about it, given the importance of the matter. Bai thought that he was also terrified of breaking the jar, but needed to take the risk. Out loud, he said that he would take responsibility and that they could contact the owner of the jar for a face-to-face confrontation. The old man agreed and said he would call Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang arrived with a suspicious expression and asked Mr. Chai what the problem was. The old man explained that there was an urgency related to the jar. Our boy noticed that Mr. Chai had stepped out of the situation and put the responsibility on him. Bai realized there was no way out and confidently said that Mr. Jiang had a talent for selling fake items. Jiang was confused and asked what Bai was insinuating. The protagonist stated that he knew the 9-dragon jar was fake. Incredulous, Jiang responded that several experts had analyzed the jar and said it was real, and asked Bai, whom he had never heard of, to show the problem. He thought that Jiang was confident in the fraud and recognized the difficulty of identifying the jar due to the technology used. Out loud, he said they could discover the truth by breaking the jar, even at the risk. Z interrupted him and said he would no longer sell the jar and that Bai couldn't break it. He joked, saying Jiang didn't want to sell because he knew it was fake. Jiang got irritated and asked how our boy dared to talk like that and stated that he wouldn't sell something fake. The protagonist thought that Jiang was a scoundrel because he realized he was trying to prevent the fraud from being discovered, but he decided not to let that happen. Suddenly, Bai struck the jar, breaking it and scattering pieces everywhere. Everyone was incredulous at seeing this. Desperate, Jiang asked Mr. Chi why he let our boy do that. The old man asked for calm and said that if he didn't show evidence, he would have to give an explanation and pay for everything. Bai fell into despair because he knew there was no turning back and he needed to find the flaw. However, the old man warned that if the protagonist showed there was something wrong with the jar, he would have a serious conversation with Jiang. Bai thought the old man was dangerous and couldn't miss the opportunity. He asked where the flaw was, and the system indicated it was close. Paying attention, he asked the system if he would destroy the flaw with the blow he was about to deliver. The system mentioned that with the force he was using, he had a 58% chance of breaking the flaw. Bai interrupted the blow, realizing the risk, and thought he almost missed the opportunity. He decided to try with less force. The system indicated that the chance of destruction would be 13%. Bai calmed down and understood he needed to chip away at the area little by little. Quickly, he began to panic, realizing the old man wouldn't believe him if he took too long. Zhang started laughing and told Exi that despite everyone saying the jar was real, Bai insisted it wasn't. Jiang said that, out of friendship, he allowed the protagonist to break the jar, but now he asked where the evidence was and mentioned that he had several offers from many companies. The old man interrupted and said not to worry because if it was the case, he would pay the money. Bai was sweating, thinking about what he would do if he didn't find the flaw, asking for it to appear soon. He gave a small tap that broke everything, falling into despair, thinking the evidence was destroyed. However, he pointed to a QR code and asked what that was. Mr. Chi got angry and demanded an explanation from Jiang. He fell to the floor in disbelief but was already being dragged away by Mr. Chai's henchmen. Bai thought he had at least survived, but then he remembered Wang's sword, which also had a core code. He began to suspect that the sword and the jar came from the same place. Mr. Chi thanked the protagonist, saying he did a great job and was very grateful. He humbly responded that he just wanted to help a friend with a problem, and that it was every man's responsibility to end lies and bring out the truth, adding that no one should be deceived. Mr. Chi pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Bai, saying it was his personal business card. He said that in the future, whenever Bai needed help, he could call him and that from now on, they were like family. Our boy responded that it was an honor to help and that he was at Mr. Chai's service. Thanking him in his thoughts, Bai rejoiced, realizing that he now had a big shot to support him. He tallied his achievements: 50 million from the double sword, 10 million from the divination service. Plus he could gain the friendship of Mr. Chi and even broke a jar worth 1.3 billion. Deciding that his next step now was to help Wong. The next day, Bai was in his car thinking about the fat Wong. He decided he would share 10 million from the sale of the double sword with him and wanted to see if Wong would still reject him. As he turned the corner, Bai saw old Wong being taken away by some men. He thought they were kidnapping the fat man, with the system saying there was a 75% chance it was a kidnapping. Without time to think, he decided to follow the kidnappers because the safety of his future brother could not be ignored. The kidnappers sped up and were already in another part of the city. Bai wondered what this group would do with the fat Wang, and the system said there was only a 12% chance they would ask for ransom. He decided to call the police but realized his phone had no signal. Then he asked the system about the chance of the signal being blocked, and it informed him there was a 95% chance. The protagonist wondered how they were blocking the signal, and the system said there was a 37% chance of rescuing the fat man. He decided that was enough and that no one would stop him. Our boy began asking the system various questions to know the timing of everything. The system explained that after 5.88 seconds, the guard would pass through the door and then turn right. Bai seemed to have a map that the system had made for him. The system continued explaining that after turning right in 30 meters, the guard would come out in 8 seconds, where there would be a window to jump through. The guards were talking about why the boss had captured the fat Wang, speculating that his 7-star sword was of their production, and he came to investigate, so they needed to teach him a lesson. They beat the fat man and put a sock in his mouth. The window opened and Bai appeared, removing the sock from Wang's mouth. Wang, not understanding anything, asked how the boy knew he was there and if he had followed him or was part of the kidnappers. Bai slapped him on the head and said he was there to save him, asking who had kidnapped him. The fat man responded that he didn't know because he was caught by surprise, beaten, and then tied up there. Our boy thought it didn't matter because he would find out later with the system, and the important thing was to get out of there. He asked Wong to get up, but he replied that he couldn't because he was a fat man who had been beaten and couldn't get up. He suggested that Bai should run and save himself, saying he was already very grateful for the help with the 7-star sword. The protagonist thought it had been very difficult to get there to save Wong. He had an idea and asked the fat man if he remembered the last time he said he was like a younger brother. Wang said he remembered and responded that he would only be able to be someone's brother in the next life. Bai showed him a check for 60 million, and the fat man quickly got up, asking where he got all that money. Bai told Wong to stop asking because they needed to get out of there. Our boy offered 10 million if they both managed to escape, and he agreed upon hearing the amount. Outside, the kidnappers were talking about the boss, saying the fat man didn't know anything, so they let them handle it. Hearing the conversation, Wang asked what they would do now. Fearing they would bury him, the protagonist told him not to worry because he came to save him, but he was also scared. The kidnappers reached the door, and seeing that the fat man was no longer there, panicked. Seeing a rope by the window, the kidnappers assumed he had escaped through it and went towards the window. But Bai and Wong hid behind a box and then started running. Bai said it was a good thing they had that idea. The old man responded that it really was a good idea because he wouldn't have been able to escape through the window. The kidnappers tried to chase the two, saying that old Wang couldn't have gotten far and that he must be close by. Our boy and Wang ran, nearly getting caught. Bai asked the system for the safest route, and it responded with a 72% chance on the right and 30% on the left. Seeing Bai choosing the paths, the fat man asked if he had been there before and if he knew the way. Our boy replied that he hadn't, but Wang insisted on asking how he knew where they were going. The protagonist then said he had a talent for guessing and asked if the fat man didn't believe in his abilities. Hearing this, Wang was impressed and asked Bai to teach him. The protagonist responded that he would teach him after they got out of there. However, Someone was watching their escape on the cameras. A man introduced Bai to another person. The mysterious person replied that it was him who ruined his business. The man confirmed that Bai had destroyed the 7-star knife and the 9-dragon jar. The mysterious person, who seemed to be from the army, said that despite Bai appearing to be just an ordinary guy, the problem was dealing with old Shiai. He questioned what the protagonist and the fat man were capable of. The man suggested arresting old Shai the next day. Upon hearing this, the military man kicked the guy in the stomach, calling him a pig, and said that arresting old Shai would ruin all his plans. He threatened the man on the ground, saying that if he mentioned it again, he would leave him bleeding on the floor. The boss concluded that it was old Shai who saw through everything and used Bai as a scapegoat to break the vase. He promised to deal with old Shai and discuss with his older brother how they would handle him. Meanwhile, Bai was calculating the escape routes. He realized that the options were limited and that they were exhausted, considering taking a shortcut. The system showed routes with escape chances ranging between 37 and 41. They headed toward the door Wang had entered, and the success rate increased as they approached the gate. Bai found it too easy, and suddenly the door was shut. Shouts warned that the two were standing at the gate. The system warned that the escape chance was 3.4, with the best route offering 28. Bai froze, and amid the chaos, a car arrived with several gangsters. He thought that the system had killed him that day, but there was no time for those thoughts, as the only option was to fight. After numerous punches and intense fighting, everyone present was on the ground. However, Bai and Wang were still standing. A cigarette fell to the ground, and the final boss arrived, asking the two to come along. Bai approached and tried to strike, but the boss easily dodged and delivered a punch that sent Bai spinning. Wang tried to join in but took another punch and fell to the ground. The boss wanted more, but Wang had already given up, asking to be killed because he was too tired. Hearing this, the military man said they had invaded his base, messed up his business, and beaten up his henchmen. They thought they would die easily. Bai thought about what he was saying but decided it wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to try to get out of there. He asked the system for the odds of getting out alive, and the system responded that the chance was 33. He thought that wasn't too bad. Staying focused, our boy noticed Wang thought he was planning the escape and decided to buy some time. Getting up, Wang told the boss he was going to play, but he soon received a kick to the stomach and a punch to the jaw. Surprisingly, Wang was still standing. The protagonist thought that the fat man wasn't good for fighting, but for taking hits, and wondered if he was the key to escaping. The system confirmed that old Wang was the key to escaping with 100. Desperate, Bai said he didn't know how, but he needed Wang to use his power now because it was a matter of life and death. The fat man turned indignantly and said that just because he was fat, Bai thought he was Kung Fu Panda. But since that was the case, there was no other choice. Throwing himself at the boss's legs, Wang said he would ask his wife to send money and asked how much he wanted. Seeing this, everyone felt awkward, but Wang took advantage of the situation and knocked the boss to the ground. The boss realized he had been tricked by the fat man and became furious. He kicked Wang, who fell to the ground, and started beating him mercilessly. Bai saw this and felt sorry for Wang, remembering that when people lose control, they can become stronger for a short period of time. He asked the system if Wang also had this ability, and the system reported a 70-80 chance. The boss, lighting his cigar, said he was tired of beating the two of them and ordered his henchmen to finish the job. The henchman assured the boss that he didn't need to worry and asked Bai if he had any last words. Wang says there's something he's been hiding from him. The double-edged sword was actually real. Wang, who was lying on the ground, instantly gets up. Bai continues, saying he sold the sword for 60 million rupees and that the money he showed Wang came from that sale. He reveals that he told old Shai that Wang's items were fake and that the old man was going to make him disappear from that place. Moreover, Bai reminds Wang about the 7-star sword and claims that it belonged to him and his friends, who were deceiving him. Foaming with rage, the fat man says he's going to kill Bai. Suddenly, Wang takes down 3 enemies and heads toward Bai. He punches him in the stomach, throwing him against a gate and making him fall. After this surge of energy, the fat man faints. Our boy, with a metal plate under his shirt to cushion the impact of the punch, comments that he would have died at Wang's hands if it weren't for that. He puts Wang in the car, commenting that he's really heavy. However, the protagonist knows he needs to find out who these people are first. The military man on the ground says they will meet again at the hospital. Old Wang is all bandaged up, complaining that he almost lost his life during that escape. Bai responds that if it weren't for the escape, both of them would have died. Wang asks about what Bai said and wants to know what was true and what was a lie. Bai responds that, except for the double-edged sword, everything was a lie. Wang assures Bai that he won't break the promise that half of the money from the sale of the sword is his. Bai promises that he will never betray Wang in the future and that he will be his business partner. Wang starts crying, calling him a liar, but Bai asks him to believe him and assures him that he won't lie to him again. The conversation is interrupted when Wang remembers that Bai promised to teach him how to guess. Bai responds that with a fat man's qualifications, it will be difficult. Wang insists that he doesn't care about the difficulty and reminds Bai that now he has to take responsibility for him, suggesting that he should receive a gift for this meeting. Our boy thinks that Wang only has money on his mind, but the fat man raises his arm, saying that the antiquity circle will be theirs. Then he feels a pain in his arm. The protagonist gets up and asks if the fat man really doesn't know who is responsible for the kidnapping. Wang replies that he doesn't, stating that if he knew, he would have done something to settle the score. The fat man explains that the only different thing he did was investigate the forgery of the 7-star sword, questioning if that could be related. Bai thinks about the dragon vase being involved with the same group, and the system confirms with 100% certainty. He reflects on the level of fraud within the group, realizing that he has been involved with 2 items related to them. He then asks the system what the chances are of being targeted by this group, and the system responds with 100%. Bai realizes that Wang was kidnapped because of him, with the system informing him of a 60% chance of this theory being true. He concludes that it was partially because he indicated the 7-star sword was fake. He understands that with his current strength it will be difficult to deal with the group, deciding that he needs to go into hiding. Wang apologizes for involving the protagonist, but he thinks that the fat man hardly knows that he was the one who got him involved in this situation. However, our boy promises to protect Wang now that he has recognized him as a brother. Bai's phone rings, and it's Mr. H asking if everything is okay. The protagonist thanks him for the concern and thinks that since H called personally, he suspects it has something to do with the antiquity circle. She informs him that he will be out of town for a few days and recommends that Bai and Wang be careful, as the gang won't let them go easily. Our boy asks if she has more details, and she responds that it's not clear yet, but the group has a considerable history, and she warns Bai to stay alert. H promises to talk more when he returns. The protagonist thanks him for the information, understanding that the enemies are indeed dangerous. Wang comments that Bai talks calmly with H, and it seems they don't need to worry. However, our boy ignores Wang and thinks that if H isn't doing anything, the situation is more complicated than he imagined. He reflects on how he got involved in this and wishes he had avoided breaking the 9-dragon vase. The scene shifts to an isolated house, where the military man is on the phone discussing the importance of old Shi and some recent disturbing research. He asserts that, to avoid suspicion, they need to kill Bai and Wang. Another lamp flicks on the line and responds that they, from the ancient circle, will use traditional methods to eliminate the 2, saying that the show is about to begin. A few days later, Wang is walking around with a mask, fearing that assassins might be lurking nearby. Bai, irritated, asks if the fat man is stupid, reminding him that no assassin would operate in broad daylight. Still scared, Wang suggests they should hide until old Shai returns. However, the protagonist thinks that waiting for death solves nothing and that they need to take the initiative. Wang asks our boy if he's crazy for wanting to face them all again, reminding him of how cruel those people are and how they had to flee. Bai questions him, wanting to know if he prefers to keep hiding like a rat, reminding him of the motivated guy he once knew. He asserts that the priority is gathering information to take the initiative. He reminds Wang of his ambition to dominate the antiquity circle. Circle says that getting rid of the enemies is half the battle. Wang becomes motivated, removes his disguise, and decides not to be afraid. The protagonist asks if he has any scheme to gather information. He responds that he knows a guy in the north of the city who is well informed, as long as he's bribed. Bai consults the system, asking if going there would help in investigating the fraud gang. The system confirms that going there is useful, but that specific informant won't help with information about the gang. There will be a better specialist there. Suddenly, they find themselves in a market for antiquities. Our boy is impressed with the place and asks how Wang manages to see the products at night. Wang explains that the market starts at night and ends at dawn, suggesting that he show Bai a place behind a wall. A suspicious figure observes the two, speaking on the phone, saying that they've arrived at the market and that everything has been arranged as instructed. The interlocutor promises a reward if the mission succeeds. Back at the market, the suspect mutters to himself about the 100,000 reward for spreading rumors to ruin Wang's reputation, saying that Wang shouldn't blame him for what he did. However, another mysterious man watches him leave the alley. Meanwhile, the fat man brags to the protagonist about his reputation at the market, claiming that everyone knows him and that he's done business with many there. However, when he greets two people, he is ignored with a look of disdain, leaving him confused. Bai mocks the situation sarcastically, commenting on Wang's great reputation. Wang tries to explain, saying he mistook the people and that the stalls he frequents are over there, suggesting they go check them out. The man on the phone, who is smoking, doesn't even look at Wang and tells him to pick whatever he wants. Wang, being friendly, calls him brother and asks if there are any good things available. Seeing that it's the fat man, the man responds coldly, saying everything is reserved and that Wang can go anywhere else. The fat man, irritated, asks if the man is on meds because he has no right to treat him like that. The man responds aggressively, telling Wang to stop bothering him and asserting that he won't sell to him anyway. The two stare at each other for a moment, but Bai senses something is wrong. He tells Wang to look around and notices that everyone is staring at them. Quickly, the protagonist realizes they've walked into a trap. As they head toward an alley, the merchants start booing them, saying, "You're not welcome." Wang, confused, comments that he's always been treated well there and doesn't understand the hostility. Our boy tells him to shut up and follow him. 10 minutes later, the two return in disguise, and Wang complains, saying that he's always been polite and welcome. But now everyone has turned against him. Bai tells him to be quiet, saying they'll soon find out why. They approach two merchants who are talking. One of them says that Wang is working for Old Shy, who wanted to buy the jar, but since he didn't have the money, he had Wang destroy it and claim it was fake. The other mentions that Bai was an accomplice and that the owner of the 9-dragon jar was thrown into the reservoir. The first merchant wonders why no one calls the police, and the other responds that Old Shiai is a big shot in the antiquity circle, and no one messes with him. He mentions seeing Wang and Bai walking around the market recently. An old merchant questions the truth of the rumors, but the first insists that where there's smoke, there's fire, and that everyone believes it. Old Wang, furious, is about to say something, but Bai covers his mouth, and the two hide in an alley. The protagonist thinks that the rumors might have been spread by the fraud group, and the system confirms a 67th probability of a connection. Wang, once again irritated, wants to know who spread the lies, but our boy explains that the rumors are aimed at Old Shy. Since he's a big shot in the antiquity circle, he doesn't care about such things. As a result, the rumors have ended up severely impacting both of them. Instead, the fat man becomes worried and comments that the situation won't end well. Bai agrees that it's a sinister plan, but fortunately, they discovered it in time. Wang asks how they will find the person who spread the rumors, and Bai responds that they don't need to search because a noble man will appear at the night market to help them. Surprised, the fat man asks what this man looks like, and Bai says he doesn't know. The most important task is to find him. Suddenly, old Wang disappears, but Bai soon sees him negotiating with a merchant. The merchant praises Wang for his good eye, showing him a Dina-shaken organ box and saying that it's mysterious and full of secrets. However, it cannot be opened, so he offers the box for 30,000. Wang tries to negotiate, saying he will pay 3,000. The merchant reluctantly asks Wang to increase the offer, mentioning that he's going through hard times. Our boy asks the system what the chances are of the item being genuine, and the system confirms it with 100% certainty. Bai thinks Wang is being sly, but decides to let him handle the negotiation. The fat man raises the offer to 5,000, and the merchant, still hesitant, accepts. Wang is satisfied and comments that he'll make good use of the box. The resigned merchant admits that he would only make a small profit from the sale. The merchant wishes Wang good luck if he plans to sell it. However, just as Wang is about to respond, a mysterious hand is placed on the box. It belongs to a man with a frightening appearance who says that the two of them are not to be trusted. Our boy thinks this is a problem, but the fat man recognizes the man as Hong Tai. Bai thinks their goal is to find the nobleman, so they shouldn't waste time. Wang adjusts his disguise and questions why the item cannot be sold to them. The man looks at the box and says that it is not from the Qin dynasty, but from the Ming dynasty and should be worth more than 300,000. The crazy people are already in shock. Protagonist asks the fat man who the guy is. Wang responds that he is Hong Tai, a caretaker of the Wu family's antique house. Unfortunately, he had some issues with him. Artmoy says that this is what's happening, and it seems Hong Tai recognized Wang and is trying to cause trouble on purpose. The fat man says he doesn't know because the man keeps staring at everyone with that serious face. The crazy man interrupts and says that they both have poor vision and an even worse personality. He doesn't know how they have the courage to come to this place. The protagonist wonders why he is trying to provoke them, considering the guy might have recognized him. Wang says his vision might not be as good as his, and his personality might not be as good either. He says that the man may even be a martial artist, but he shouldn't be arrogant in his speech, adding that martial artists are all from Zulanan or Yubo. Upon hearing this, the man stares angrily, and the protagonist wonders why he is looking as if he wants to kill Wang. Our boy asks the system if the guy's from those lands, confirming it to be 0. The crowd comments that this fat man is going to get beaten up, but for a moment, they think this fat man looks familiar. Bai thinks that if this continues, they will be exposed and the plan to find the nobleman will be ruined. In response to this situation, our boy thanks them for the warning and says he is leaving. But upon seeing this, the man immediately blocks Bai's way. The guy insinuates that the protagonist is dishonest for trying to buy the item cheaply, even though he knows its true value. Wang doesn't understand what is being said at first, but the protagonist thinks that the man is really trying to cause trouble. Our boy notices that the guy is trying to draw the crowd's attention as much as possible. He quickly asks the system if the item is from the Qin and Ming dynasties, confirming it is from the Qin dynasty. Bai says the guy is wrong for saying the box belongs to the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, he suggests a competition to determine who is wrong. Whoever loses will pay the value of the correct dynasty of the item as a reward. Old Wang looks at the protagonist, questioning if the item is really from the Qin dynasty. He confirms it is, making the fat man confident, suggesting that if the challenge is lost, the Wu family's name will be tainted. Wang also warns that if this happens, they should leave the two in peace. The guy just agrees, but suddenly he begins to handle the box with ease. Everyone around is surprised, including Bai. For a moment, he thinks all this was staged, But the man explains that there are two boxes. The outer one was made in the Qin dynasty and the inner one in the Ming dynasty, announcing that the market price of the item is 300,000. The seller obviously finds himself in a good situation upon discovering the real value of the item. Upon seeing this, the fat man is surprised, and the crowd starts to boo him. But they begin to suspect his familiar appearance. Wang becomes desperate and asks our boy how he missed this. He ignores it and thinks about the future problems of this situation, stating that the system is always right, but there were two boxes, where one was from the Qin dynasty and the other from the Ming dynasty. The protagonist doesn't know what to do but admits his defeat and praises the keen eyes for the item's true value. Old Wang reluctantly praises Hong Tai for being a great martial artist. However, he is not in the mood for small talk and demands that the bet be fulfilled, also requiring an apology to the Wu family. Our boy, in his thoughts, calls him proud, but reflects that the man seems to be of good character. He also thinks that the Wu family has a strong presence in this antique circle. Suddenly, Bai considers that the nobleman they're looking for might be right in front of him. The crowd interrupts these thoughts and recognizes the fat man, calling him a scammer. He gets angry, but the protagonist questions if the man is really the nobleman. The system reveals a 50 probability. Our boy considers that he must be someone related to the guy. Bai smiles with these thoughts, and the fat man doesn't understand. Meanwhile, the man doesn't understand why the master of the Wu family is so interested in the protagonist. Suddenly, an old man related to Shi observes everything from an alley. The old man questions why Mr. Chief put him to keep an eye on the protagonist. The protagonist says he already knows what to do. Then he turns, stating that he has a good vision and a good technique. However, the box is worth more than 300,000, leaving the man confused as he asks if it's worth that much. He says that if the Wu family has many inheritances and knowledge, then what other mysteries exist in this box? The man looks and says that the Wu family indeed has some boxes with these mechanisms passed down through many generations. However, this one has no mystery at all. The protagonist questions Mr. Wu about why he doesn't open it and see what's inside. He agrees and begins. Surprised, the old man asked how he knew, but admitted that he was recently troubled by something related to an antique. He explained that if our boy could help determine the authenticity of the piece, it would be a great help. The protagonist thought this was the perfect chance. If he could solve the problem, he could seal a friendship with the old man. Aloud, Bio said he would be happy to help, and affirmed that Mr. Chi's business was like his own. She thanked him, and the two descended a staircase to a basement. The young man commented on the size of the basement. The old man explained that in their business one needed to be careful because some important treasures needed to be hidden there. He mentioned that he recently received a blue and white dragon jar, a piece of exceptional quality. The protagonist thought that the old man was truly worthy of being the great elder compared to him and old Wang, who seemed like street beggars. The two entered the vault, and Chi mentioned that he tried his best, but no matter how he looked, the jars still seemed genuine. The protagonist wondered why the old man had so many doubts. He confessed that he always felt uncertain and thought something was wrong, which was why the deal wasn't concluded. He asked Mr. Bai to verify the authenticity of the jar and offered 1.5 million as a service fee, regardless of the results. Upon hearing this, Bai thought the old man framed the situation as if he was only interested in the money, but Bai's ambition now wasn't money. They reached the front of a second vault that housed the 9-dragon jar. Mr. Chi presented the object, and our boy was impressed by the size and beauty of the jar. The old man explained that the market value of the jar was 1.3 billion and asked the young man to verify its authenticity. Bai replied that he would do his best to help. The young man examined the jar and waited for a response from the system, which said he needed to ask a question to get the correct answer. So, the protagonist asked the system if the jar was original with the system responding that it was 100 fake. He was at a loss as to how to prove the jar was fake. The system showed the location of the evidence of forgery, but he would need to break the bottom of the jar with a forced chance of losing the evidence. The protagonist thought that even knowing it was fake, the chance of destroying the jar was dangerous. If he broke it carelessly, the piece worth 1.3 billion could ruin his life. However, if he didn't take the risk, the old man wouldn't believe him. He wondered if normal people could identify the jar as fake, and the system responded that the probability was 1.4. Desperate, the protagonist realized it was almost impossible for a normal person to identify the jar if even Mr. Che was having difficulty. Other experts would too. He understood it was very risky if he broke the jar without care. It could be his ruin. However, if he didn't take the risk, he would lose the old man's trust. Mr. Che stared at Bai and asked if he had discovered anything. He crossed his arms and responded that he could say with certainty that the jar was fake. The old man, not fully convinced, asked if he could prove it. Bai explained that the evidence was at the bottom of the jar. They both looked at the bottom of the jar, and the old man commented that he had examined it many times and it didn't seem like anything was wrong. So, he asked where the mentioned proof was. Bai responded that the proof was inside the bottom of the jar. Incredulous, the old man asked if Bai wanted to break the jar. Bai confirmed that, unfortunately, that was the only way to prove the piece was fake. The old man said that since the deal wasn't closed yet, the jar wasn't in his possession, and he would have to inform Mr. Jiang about it, given the importance of the matter. Bai thought that he was also terrified of breaking the jar, but needed to take the risk. Out loud, he said that he would take responsibility and that they could contact the owner of the jar for a face-to-face confrontation. The old man agreed and said he would call Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang arrived with a suspicious expression and asked Mr. Chai what the problem was. The old man explained that there was an urgency related to the jar. Our boy noticed that Mr. Chai had stepped out of the situation and put the responsibility on him. Bai realized there was no way out and confidently said that Mr. Jiang had a talent for selling fake items. Jiang was confused and asked what Bai was insinuating. The protagonist stated that he knew the 9-dragon jar was fake. Incredulous, Jiang responded that several experts had analyzed the jar and said it was real, and asked Bai, whom he had never heard of, to show the problem. He thought that Jiang was confident in the fraud and recognized the difficulty of identifying the jar due to the technology used. Out loud, he said they could discover the truth by breaking the jar, even at the risk. Z interrupted him and said he would no longer sell the jar and that Bai couldn't break it. He joked, saying Jiang didn't want to sell because he knew it was fake. Jiang got irritated and asked how our boy dared to talk like that and stated that he wouldn't sell something fake. The protagonist thought that Jiang was a scoundrel because he realized he was trying to prevent the fraud from being discovered, but he decided not to let that happen. Suddenly, Bai struck the jar, breaking it and scattering pieces everywhere. Everyone was incredulous at seeing this. Desperate, Jiang asked Mr. Chi why he let our boy do that. The old man asked for calm and said that if he didn't show evidence, he would have to give an explanation and pay for everything. Bai fell into despair because he knew there was no turning back and he needed to find the flaw. However, the old man warned that if the protagonist showed there was something wrong with the jar, he would have a serious conversation with Jiang. Bai thought the old man was dangerous and couldn't miss the opportunity. He asked where the flaw was, and the system indicated it was close. Paying attention, he asked the system if he would destroy the flaw with the blow he was about to deliver. The system mentioned that with the force he was using, he had a 58% chance of breaking the flaw. Bai interrupted the blow, realizing the risk, and thought he almost missed the opportunity. He decided to try with less force. The system indicated that the chance of destruction would be 13%. Bai calmed down and understood he needed to chip away at the area little by little. Quickly, he began to panic, realizing the old man wouldn't believe him if he took too long. Zhang started laughing and told Exi that despite everyone saying the jar was real, Bai insisted it wasn't. Jiang said that, out of friendship, he allowed the protagonist to break the jar, but now he asked where the evidence was, and mentioned that he had several offers from many companies. The old man interrupted and said not to worry because if it was the case, he would pay the money. Bai was sweating, thinking about what he would do if he didn't find the flaw, asking for it to appear soon. He gave a small tap that broke everything, falling into despair, thinking the evidence was destroyed. However, he pointed to a QR code and asked what that was. Mr. Chi got angry and demanded an explanation from Jiang. He fell to the floor in disbelief but was already being dragged away by Mr. Chai's henchmen. Bai thought he had at least survived, but then he remembered Wang's sword, which also had a core code. He began to suspect that the sword and the jar came from the same place. Mr. Chi thanked the protagonist, saying he did a great job and was very grateful. He humbly responded that he just wanted to help a friend with a problem, and that it was every man's responsibility to end lies and bring out the truth, adding that no one should be deceived. Mr. Chi pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Bai, saying it was his personal business card. He said that in the future, whenever Bai needed help, he could call him, and that from now on, they were like family. Our boy responded that it was an honor to help, and that he was at Mr. Chai's service. Thanking him in his thoughts, Bai rejoiced, realizing that he now had a big shot to support him. He tallied his achievements: 50 million from the double sword, 10 million from the divination service, plus he could gain the friendship of Mr. Chi and even broke a jar worth 1.3 billion. Deciding that his next step now was to help Wang. The next day, Bai was in his car thinking about the fat Wang. He decided he would share 10 million from the sale of the double sword with him and wanted to see if Wang would still reject him. As he turned the corner, Bai saw old Wang being taken away by some men. He thought they were kidnapping the fat man, with the system saying there was a 75% chance it was a kidnapping. Without time to think, he decided to follow the kidnappers because the safety of his future brother could not be ignored. The kidnappers sped up and were already in another part of the city. Bai wondered what this group would do with the fat Wang, and the system said there was only a 12% chance they would ask for ransom. He decided to call the police but realized his phone had no signal. Then he asked the system about the chance of the signal being blocked, and it informed him there was a 95% chance. The protagonist wondered how they were blocking the signal, and the system said there was a 37% chance of rescuing the fat man. He decided that was enough and that no one would stop him. Our boy began asking the system various questions to know the timing of everything. The system explained that after 5.88 seconds, the guard would pass through the door and then turn right. Bai seemed to have a map that the system had made for him. The system continued explaining that after turning right in 30 meters, the guard would come out in 8 seconds, where there would be a window to jump through. The guards were talking about why the boss had captured the fat Wang, speculating that his 7-star sword was of their production, and he came to investigate, so they needed to teach him a lesson. They beat the fat man and put a sock in his mouth. The window opened and Bai appeared, removing the sock from Wang's mouth. Wang, not understanding anything, asked how the boy knew he was there and if he had followed him or was part of the kidnappers. Bai slapped him on the head and said he was there to save him, asking who had kidnapped him. The fat man responded that he didn't know because he was caught by surprise, beaten, and then tied up there. Our boy thought it didn't matter because he would find out later with the system, and the important thing was to get out of there. He asked Wang to get up, but he replied that he couldn't because he was a fat man who had been beaten and couldn't get up. He suggested that Bai should run and save himself, saying he was already very grateful for the help with the 7-star sword. The protagonist thought it had been very difficult to get there to save Wang. He had an idea and asked the fat man if he remembered the last time he said he was like a younger brother. Wang said he remembered and responded that he would only be able to be someone's brother in the next life. Bai showed him a check for 60 million, and the fat man quickly got up, asking where he got all that money. Bai told Wang to stop asking because they needed to get out of there. Our boy offered 10 million if they both managed to escape, and he agreed upon hearing the amount. Outside, the kidnappers were talking about the boss, saying the fat man didn't know anything. So they let them handle it. Hearing the conversation, Wang asked what they would do now. Fearing they would bury him, the protagonist told him not to worry because he came to save him. But he was also scared. The kidnappers reached the door, and seeing that the fat man was no longer there, panicked. Seeing a rope by the window, the kidnappers assumed he had escaped through it and went towards the window. But Bai and Wang hid behind a box and then started running. Bai said it was a good thing they had that idea. The old man responded that it really was a good idea because he wouldn't have been able to escape through the window. The kidnappers tried to chase the two, saying that old Wang couldn't have gotten far and that he must be close by. Our boy and Wang ran, nearly getting caught. Bai asked the system for the safest route, and it responded with a 72 chance on the right and 30 on the left. Seeing Bai choosing the paths, the fat man asked if he had been there before and if he knew the way. Our boy replied that he hadn't, but Wang insisted on asking how he knew where they were going. The protagonist then said he had a talent for guessing and asked if the fat man didn't believe in his abilities. Hearing this, Wang was impressed and asked Bai to teach him. The protagonist responded that he would teach him after they got out of there. However, someone was watching their escape on the cameras. A man introduced Bai to another person. The mysterious person replied that it was him who ruined his business. The man confirmed that Bai had destroyed the 7-star knife and the 9-dragon jar. The mysterious person, who seemed to be from the army, said that despite Bai appearing to be just an ordinary guy, the problem was dealing with old Shiai. He questioned what the protagonist and the fat man were capable of. The man suggested arresting old Shai the next day. Upon hearing this, the military man kicked the guy in the stomach, calling him a pig, and said that arresting old Shai would ruin all his plans. He threatened the man on the ground, saying that if he mentioned it again, he would leave him bleeding on the floor. The boss concluded that it was old Shai who saw through everything and used Bai as a scapegoat to break the vase. He promised to deal with old Shai and discuss with his older brother how they would handle him. Meanwhile, Bai was calculating the escape routes. He realized that the options were limited and that they were exhausted, considering taking a shortcut. The system showed routes with escape chances ranging between 37s and 41. They headed toward the door Wang had entered, and the success rate increased as they approached the gate. Bai found it too easy, and suddenly the door was shut. Shouts warned that the two were standing at the gate. The system warned that the escape chance was 3.4, with the best route offering 28. Bai froze, and amid the chaos, a car arrived with several gangsters. He thought that the system had killed him that day, but there was no time for those thoughts, as the only option was to fight. After numerous punches and intense fighting, everyone present was on the ground. However, Bai and Wang were still standing. A cigarette fell to the ground, and the final boss arrived, asking the two to come along. Bai approached and tried to strike, but the boss easily dodged and delivered a punch that sent Bai spinning. Wang tried to join in but took another punch and fell to the ground. The boss wanted more, but Wang had already given up, asking to be killed because he was too tired. Hearing this, the military man said they had invaded his base, messed up his business, and beaten up his henchmen. They thought they would die easily. Bai thought about what he was saying but decided it wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to try to get out of there. He asked the system for the odds of getting out alive, and the system responded that the chance was 33. He thought that wasn't too bad. Staying focused, our boy noticed Wang thought he was planning the escape and decided to buy some time. Getting up, Wang told the boss he was going to play, but he soon received a kick to the stomach and a punch to the jaw. Surprisingly, Wang was still standing. The protagonist thought that the fat man wasn't good for fighting, but for taking hits, and wondered if he was the key to escaping. The system confirmed that old Wang was the key to escaping with 100. Desperate, Bai said he didn't know how, but he needed Wang to use his power now because it was a matter of life and death. The fat man turned indignantly and said that just because he was fat, Bai thought he was Kung Fu Panda. But since that was the case, there was no other choice. Throwing himself at the boss's legs, Wang said he would ask his wife to send money and asked how much he wanted. Seeing this, everyone felt awkward, but Wang took advantage of the situation and knocked the boss to the ground. The boss realized he had been tricked by the fat man and became furious. He kicked Wang, who fell to the ground, and started beating him mercilessly. Bai saw this and felt sorry for Wang, remembering that when people lose control, they can become stronger for a short period of time. He asked the system if Wang also had this ability, and the system reported a 70-80 chance. The boss, lighting his cigar, said he was tired of beating the two of them and ordered his henchmen to finish the job. The henchman assured the boss that he didn't need to worry and asked Bai if he had any last words. Wang says there's something he's been hiding from him. The double-edged sword was actually real. Wang, who was lying on the ground, instantly gets up. Bai continues, saying he sold the sword for 60 million rupees and that the money he showed Wang came from that sale. He reveals that he told Old Shai that Wang's items were fake and that the old man was going to make him disappear from that place. Moreover, Bai reminds Wang about the seven-star sword and claims that it belonged to him and his friends, who were deceiving him. Foaming with rage, the fat man says he's going to kill Bai. Suddenly, Wang takes down 3 enemies and heads toward Bai. He punches him in the stomach, throwing him against a gate and making him fall. After this surge of energy, the fat man faints. Our boy, with a metal plate under his shirt to cushion the impact of the punch, comments that he would have died at Wang's hands if it weren't for that. He puts Wang in the car, commenting that he's really heavy. However, the protagonist knows he needs to find out who these people are first. The military man on the ground says they will meet again at the hospital. Old Wang is all bandaged up, complaining that he almost lost his life during that escape. Bai responds that if it weren't for the escape, both of them would have died. Wang asks about what Bai said and wants to know what was true and what was a lie. Bai responds that, except for the double-edged sword, everything was a lie. Wang assures Bai that he won't break the promise that half of the money from the sale of the sword is his. Bai promises that he will never betray Wang in the future and that he will be his business partner. Wang starts crying, calling him a liar, but Bai asks him to believe him and assures him that he won't lie to him again. The conversation is interrupted when Wang remembers that Bai promised to teach him how to guess. Bai responds that with a fat man's qualifications, it will be difficult. Wang insists that he doesn't care about the difficulty and reminds Bai that now he has to take responsibility for him, suggesting that he should receive a gift for this meeting. Our boy thinks that Wang only has money on his mind, but the fat man raises his arm, saying that the antiquity circle will be theirs. Then he feels a pain in his arm. The protagonist gets up and asks if the fat man really doesn't know who is responsible for the kidnapping. Wang replies that he doesn't, stating that if he knew, he would have done something to settle the score. The fat man explains that the only different thing he did was investigate the forgery of the 7-star sword, questioning if that could be related. Bai thinks about the dragon vase being involved with the same group, and the system confirms with 100% certainty. He reflects on the level of fraud within the group, realizing that he has been involved with 2 items related to them. He then asks the system what the chances are of being targeted by this group, and the system responds with 100. Bai realizes that Wang was kidnapped because of him, with the system informing him of a 60 chance of this theory being true. He concludes that it was partially because he indicated the 7-star sword was fake. He understands that with his current strength it will be difficult to deal with the group, deciding that he needs to go into hiding. Wang apologizes for involving the protagonist, but he thinks that the fat man hardly knows that he was the one who got him involved in this situation. However, our boy promises to protect Wang now that he has recognized him as a brother. Bai's phone rings, and it's Mr. H asking if everything is okay. The protagonist thanks him for the concern and thinks that since H called personally, he suspects it has something to do with the antiquity circle. She informs him that he will be out of town for a few days and recommends that Bai and Wang be careful, as the gang won't let them go easily. Our boy asks if she has more details, and she responds that it's not clear yet, but the group has a considerable history, and she warns Bai to stay alert. H promises to talk more when he returns. The protagonist thanks him for the information, understanding that the enemies are indeed dangerous. Wang comments that Bai talks calmly with H, and it seems they don't need to worry. However, our boy ignores Wang and thinks that if H isn't doing anything, the situation is more complicated than he imagined. He reflects on how he got involved in this and wishes he had avoided breaking the 9-dragon vase. The scene shifts to an isolated house, where the military man is on the phone discussing the importance of old Shi and some recent disturbing research. He asserts that, to avoid suspicion, they need to kill Bai and Wang. Another lamp flicks on the line and responds that they, from the ancient circle, will use traditional methods to eliminate the two, saying that the show is about to begin. A few days later, Wang is walking around with a mask, fearing that assassins might be lurking nearby. Bai, irritated, asks if the fat man is stupid, reminding him that no assassin would operate in broad daylight. Still scared, Wang suggests they should hide until old Shai returns. However, the protagonist thinks that waiting for death solves nothing and that they need to take the initiative. Wang asks our boy if he's crazy for wanting to face them all again, reminding him of how cruel those people are and how they had to flee. Bai questions him, wanting to know if he prefers to keep hiding like a rat, reminding him of the motivated guy he once knew. He asserts that the priority is gathering information to take the initiative. He reminds Wang of his ambition to dominate the antiquity circle. Circle says that getting rid of the enemies is half the battle. Wang becomes motivated, removes his disguise, and decides not to be afraid. The protagonist asks if he has any scheme to gather information. He responds that he knows a guy in the north of the city who is well informed, as long as he's bribed. Bai consults the system, asking if going there would help in investigating the fraud gang. The system confirms that going there is useful, but that specific informant won't help with information about the gang. There will be a better specialist there. Suddenly, they find themselves in a market for antiquities. Our boy is impressed with the place and asks how Wang manages to see the products at night. Wang explains that the market starts at night and ends at dawn, suggesting that he show Bai a place behind a wall. A suspicious figure observes the two, speaking on the phone, saying that they've arrived at the market and that everything has been arranged as instructed. The interlocutor promises a reward if the mission succeeds. Back at the market, the suspect mutters to himself about the 100,000 reward for spreading rumors to ruin Wang's reputation, saying that Wang shouldn't blame him for what he did. However, another mysterious man watches him leave the alley. Meanwhile, the fat man brags to the protagonist about his reputation at the market, claiming that everyone knows him and that he's done business with many there. However, when he greets two people, he is ignored with a look of disdain, leaving him confused. Bai mocks the situation sarcastically, commenting on Wang's great reputation. Wang tries to explain, saying he mistook the people and that the stalls he frequents are over there, suggesting they go check them out. The man on the phone, who is smoking, doesn't even look at Wang and tells him to pick whatever he wants. Wang, being friendly, calls him brother and asks if there are any good things available. Seeing that it's the fat man, the man responds coldly, saying everything is reserved and that Wang can go anywhere else. The fat man, irritated, asks if the man is on meds because he has no right to treat him like that. The man responds aggressively, telling Wang to stop bothering him and asserting that he won't sell to him anyway. The two stare at each other for a moment, but Bai senses something is wrong. He tells Wang to look around and notices that everyone is staring at them. Quickly, the protagonist realizes they've walked into a trap. As they head toward an alley, the merchants start booing them, saying, "You're not welcome, Wang." confused, comments that he's always been treated well there and doesn't understand the hostility. Our boy tells him to shut up and follow him. 10 minutes later, the two return in disguise, and Wang complains, saying that he's always been polite and welcome. But now everyone has turned against him. Bai tells him to be quiet, saying they'll soon find out why. They approach two merchants who are talking. One of them says that Wang is working for Old Shai, who wanted to buy the jar, but since he didn't have the money, he had Wang destroy it and claim it was fake. The other mentions that Bai was an accomplice and that the owner of the 9-dragon jar was thrown into the reservoir. The first merchant wonders why no one calls the police, and the other responds that Old Shai is a big shot in the antiquity circle, and no one messes with him. He mentions seeing Wang and Bai walking around the market recently. An old merchant questions the truth of the rumors, but the first insists that where there's smoke, there's fire, and that everyone believes it. Old Wang, furious, is about to say something, but Bai covers his mouth, and the two hide in an alley. The protagonist thinks that the rumors might have been spread by the fraud group, and the system confirms a 67th probability of a connection. Wang, once again irritated, wants to know who spread the lies, but our boy explains that the rumors are aimed at Old Shai. Since he's a big shot in the antiquity circle, he doesn't care about such things. As a result, the rumors have ended up severely impacting both of them. Instead, the fat man becomes worried and comments that the situation won't end well. Bai agrees that it's a sinister plan, but fortunately, they discovered it in time. Wang asks how they will find the person who spread the rumors, and Bai responds that they don't need to search because a noble man will appear at the night market to help them. Surprised, the fat man asks what this man looks like, and Bai says he doesn't know. The most important task is to find him. Suddenly, Old Wang disappears, but Bai soon sees him negotiating with a merchant. The merchant praises Wang for his good eye, showing him a Dina-shaken organ box and saying that it's mysterious and full of secrets. However, it cannot be opened, so he offers the box for 30,000. Wang tries to negotiate, saying he will pay 3,000. The merchant reluctantly asks Wang to increase the offer, mentioning that he's going through hard times. Our boy asks the system what the chances are of the item being genuine, and the system confirms it with 100% certainty. Bai thinks Wang is being sly, but decides to let him handle the negotiation. The fat man raises the offer to 5,000, and the merchant, still hesitant, accepts. Wang is satisfied and comments that he'll make good use of the box. The resigned merchant admits that he would only make a small profit from the sale. The merchant wishes Wang good luck if he plans to sell it. However, just as Wang is about to respond, a mysterious hand is placed on the box. It belongs to a man with a frightening appearance who says that the two of them are not to be trusted. Our boy thinks this is a problem, but the fat man recognizes the man as Hong Tai. Bai thinks their goal is to find the nobleman, so they shouldn't waste time. Wang adjusts his disguise and questions why the item cannot be sold to them. The man looks at the box and says that it is not from the Qin dynasty, but from the Ming dynasty and should be worth more than 300,000. The crazy people are already in shock. Protagonist asks the fat man who the guy is. Wang responds that he is Hong Tai, a caretaker of the Wu family's antique house. Unfortunately, he had some issues with him. Artmoy says that this is what's happening, and it seems Hong Tai recognized Wang and is trying to cause trouble on purpose. The fat man says he doesn't know because the man keeps staring at everyone with that serious face. The crazy man interrupts and says that they both have poor vision and an even worse personality. He doesn't know how they have the courage to come to this place. The protagonist wonders why he is trying to provoke them, considering the guy might have recognized him. Wang says his vision might not be as good as his, and his personality might not be as good either. He says that the man may even be a martial artist, but he shouldn't be arrogant in his speech, adding that martial artists are all from Zulanan or Yubo. Upon hearing this, the man stares angrily, and the protagonist wonders why he is looking as if he wants to kill Wang. Our boy asks the system if the guy's from those lands, confirming it to be 0. The crowd comments that this fat man is going to get beaten up, but for a moment, they think this fat man looks familiar. Bai thinks that if this continues, they will be exposed and the plan to find the nobleman will be ruined. In response to this situation, our boy thanks them for the warning and says he is leaving. But upon seeing this, the man immediately blocks Bai's way. The guy insinuates that the protagonist is dishonest for trying to buy the item cheaply, even though he knows its true value. Wang doesn't understand what is being said at first, but the protagonist thinks that the man is really trying to cause trouble. Our boy notices that the guy is trying to draw the crowd's attention as much as possible. He quickly asks the system if the item is from the Qin and Ming dynasties, confirming it is from the Qin dynasty. Bai says the guy is wrong for saying the box belongs to the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, he suggests a competition to determine who is wrong. Whoever loses will pay the value of the correct dynasty of the item as a reward. Old Wang looks at the protagonist, questioning if the item is really from the Qin dynasty. He confirms it is, making the fat man confident, suggesting that if the challenge is lost, the Wu family's name will be tainted. Wang also warns that if this happens, they should leave the two in peace. The guy just agrees, but suddenly he begins to handle the box with ease. Everyone around is surprised, including Bai. For a moment, he thinks all this was staged, but the man explains that there are 2 boxes. The outer one was made in the Qin dynasty and the inner one in the Ming dynasty, announcing that the market price of the item is 300,000. The seller obviously finds himself in a good situation upon discovering the real value of the item. Upon seeing this, the fat man is surprised, and the crowd starts to boo him. But they begin to suspect his familiar appearance. Wang becomes desperate and asks our boy how he missed this. He ignores it and thinks about the future problems of this situation, stating that the system is always right, but there were 2 boxes, where one was from the Qin dynasty and the other from the Ming dynasty. The protagonist doesn't know what to do but admits his defeat and praises the keen eyes for the item's true value. Old Wang reluctantly praises Hong Tai for being a great martial artist. However, he is not in the mood for small talk and demands that the bet be fulfilled, also requiring an apology to the Wu family. Our boy, in his thoughts, calls him proud, but reflects that the man seems to be of good character. He also thinks that the Wu family has a strong presence in this antique circle. Suddenly, Bai considers that the nobleman they're looking for might be right in front of him. The crowd interrupts these thoughts and recognizes the fat man, calling him a scammer. He gets angry, but the protagonist questions if the man is really the nobleman. The system reveals a 50 probability. Our boy considers that he must be someone related to the guy. Bai smiles with these thoughts, and the fat man doesn't understand. Meanwhile, the man doesn't understand why the master of the Wu family is so interested in the protagonist. Suddenly, an old man related to Shi observes everything from an alley. The old man questions why Mr. Chief put him to keep an eye on the protagonist. The protagonist says he already knows what to do. Then he turns, stating that he has a good vision and a good technique. However, the box is worth more than 300,000, leaving the man confused as he asks if it's worth that much. He says that if the Wu family has many inheritances and knowledge, then what other mysteries exist in this box? The man looks and says that the Wu family indeed has some boxes with these mechanisms passed down through many generations. However, this one has no mystery at all. The protagonist questions Mr. Wu about why he doesn't open it and see what's inside. He agrees and begins. Old Hong Tai looked tense, but said he was fine. When he started opening the drawer, he thought, is there really something in it, maybe a treasure? But when he opened it, he saw that there was nothing there. Exhaling, he said that he was the same as in their family. He had nothing inside. Bai said it wasn't true, and asked him to let him try. Wu Hongai handed him the box. They started trying to put it back together, but he couldn't do anything. Then the old men from the crowd began to swear and asked what he was showing off before. They told him not to dare spoil such a good box. Bai took another look at the box, and this time he realized something. He started to collect it again. Then he pulled out a tablet and showed that there was a drawing on it. He turned this drawing to the top and began to twist it. The system said that the first layer was a lotus flower, and the second layer was a maze. Showing him the picture, Bai smiled and thought that even the masters did not know about it. This box was encrypted with both a Chinese and Western lock. When Bai had done all the manipulations, the drawer opened and there was a broken bracelet in it. Everyone was very surprised. Was there really something there? Didn't the Wu family even notice? Bai thought that, fortunately, he had studied everything in detail from the system. Complete shame was postponed. Turning to Mr. Wu, he said that he had no talent but was still capable of something. Mr. Wu said that Bai had exceptional abilities and admitted defeat. Bai wondered if the master he was looking for was Wu Hongtai, but he understood that most likely Mr. Wu did not intervene on a whim. The master must be watching them from the crowd. Mr. Wu said that since he had lost, he would buy this box and give it to Mr. Bai. Wang asked him where all his mood had gone. He knew that his skills were complete by now. Everyone started talking about Bai. One of the men asked if his last name was Bai. Another picked him up and said that he was the same Bai that everyone was talking about. He doesn't look like the one they described. Maybe he's not like that. It looked like the Wu family's pride was hurt. Then an elderly man came out and said that these youngsters were so talented. Now let them give the old folks a look at it. Bai also greeted him. The elder asked him if they knew each other. Bai said that there was no one in this field who didn't know about him. Just now, his comrade almost made a mistake, but fortunately, they managed to help him. The elder asked what this fat man was. Was he really wrong? Lo Wang's eyes widened, and he said he couldn't believe it. He had always treated him like an idiot. Turning to Bai again, he said that his name was Bai. Bai said that his name was Bai. Bai said, yes. The elder said that it was good, very good. He beat the GT. And now I want to see if he can handle me, Bai said. How dare you? The elder laughed and said, as they say. He was small and good. The old ones also need a warm up. Let's play with him. Bai thought that the elder Wu was their mysterious master. The system said that Mr. Wu was a mysterious master. 100. Bai thought that this old man was not a blunder for his support. He needed to show himself and told the elder that, since he personally asked him, he did not dare to refuse him. Perhaps this is fate, he thought, and asked, what does the Lord want from me? The elder really liked this reaction and said that he was not a blunder. He then took out 2 bills, while Wang asked him if this was really some kind of trick. The elder got angry and asked him if he really thought a representative of such a family would be cunning. Had he completely forgotten himself? Lo Wang said. Then why these bills? The elder replied that in an hour, with only 100 yu in their pocket, they should buy the most valuable thing. The winner is the one who buys the more valuable thing, Bai said. That's fine. They agreed. After that, they went to different sides. Shouts from people were heard. Someone said, today is just an amazing day. We'll see the battle of the masters. Someone else said that for 100 yu, you could only buy something on Tao, which is a Chinese platform for online shopping. One man asked another what he thought. Which of them would win? The other replied, most likely Master Wu. Who else could win? The man said yes, but Bai is not so simple either. Lo Wang told Bai that this blade looked good, and he should take a look. This is King Long Yan's Azure Dragon Blade. It was used by Guan Yan himself. After Lo Wang pointed to the portraits, he said that this portrait seemed to be the original work of Tang Bohu. Tang Yan, also known as Tang Bohu, was a Chinese artist, calligrapher, and singer of the Ming dynasty. After that, he started pulling Bai again and said, this porcelain vessel looks very expensive. This is the 8th treasure from the roasting furnace of Ru. Ru is one of the 5 famous furnaces that produced in ancient China. Then Bu could not stand it, and turning to Liao Wang, asked him if he could be silent for at least a second. Liao Wang was a little upset and said, "I'm trying to help you." Bu said he was pointing to some fakes, therefore let him be silent. Liao Wang said that it was just dark here, and he didn't have time to see. Wu said, "It's okay because I'll still lead them to success." The system asked her to show what she could do. 1 hour later, they gathered again. Bu said that this was a blue and white vase, a replica that mimicked the Qing dynasty from the earlier Republic of China. Let it be a copy, but his master skill is magnificent. It costs tens of thousands. The elder was surprised and thought, "Did I lose? This child is not so simple." He was able to find such a thing that mimics the era of the Qing dynasty. That's pretty good. Exhaling, he said that these are old books published after the development of the Republic of China. La Wang said, "Elder, apparently you didn't take them seriously. After all, a complete set of these books costs only a few thousand yu." He laughed and patted Bu on the shoulder, saying, "What a beautiful victory." The elder told him, "You still have milk on your lips," and asked, "What's a few thousand yu? Do you think I'm an idiot?" For those who know their business, these books are priceless. There are tens of thousands of them, worth nothing compared to a priceless treasure. La Wang told him, "Yes, I was just joking." Bo was at a loss and thought that the master was clearly not going to lose. The master laughed and said that they still had to study and asked them if they really dared to doubt his judgment. After that, he looked at everyone. People shook with fear and began to say, "Yes, Mr. Wu won." La Wang said, "These people just don't want to offend him." Bu was upset and thought that he had calculated everything, but he didn't expect Master Wu to pull something like this. After that, Master Wu said that he would be fair. He was not going to forcibly convince them of the pricelessness of his treasure. Today's battle ended in a draw. Tomorrow, Bo should come to his house. He has what Bu wants. Bu thought he had already figured out what it was about. Bo said that he would do it. After that, Master Wu turned around and, addressing Wu Hongtai, said that they had to go. Bu thought, "This old man is really something." Master Wu asked him if he wanted to find the one who spread these rumors. Had he dealt with it yet? He himself thought that this child was the one he was looking for. The old man seemed to be still out of town. La Wang was shocked and asked, "Did he just say that he had dealt with him? How did he know?" They thought that he didn't know how many members there were in the ancient society, but he knew one thing. He was definitely moving up. But what awaited them tomorrow? He was looking forward to it. They asked if the informant was spreading rumors. La Wang tried to call, but was told that the subscriber's phone was turned off or outside the network coverage area. La Wang said that he never turned off his phone. What happened? Bo wondered if the informant was spreading rumors. The system said it was 100. Bu asked if he was hired. The system said it was 100. But why would Master Wu put on such a show? Can't he help him out in the open? Okay, forget about it, Bu thought. It's useless to think about it now. We need to find out what Master Wu is up to. Then La Wang said that Master Wu had called them to him and asked if they were going. Bu told him that Master Wu was only calling for him. Liao Wang hugged him and said that they were comrades. Where Bo went, Liao Wang would also go. He asked him if they were going that way or not. Bo said that Master Wu was not their enemy. If he asked them to come, it was most likely very important. Lao Wang said, "Okay, even on our deathbeds, we'll be together until the end." The next day, they both came to Master Wu's mansion. Bo asked, "What is this mansion?" La Wang stood and photographed him. Bu said, "This is the life I want." La Wang kept taking pictures and said he would send them to his friends to show off. The fat man was invited to the Wu estate. Bu asked, "Why brag about visiting Wu's house? In the future we will have our own home, and much better." Lawang said he was right. They would achieve everything together. After that, they shook hands and, at the same time, said that they were going to a rich future together. Then the dog appeared. The same dog that Bo helped find a mistress for. Bu thought that this feeling seemed to be déjà vu. Then the girl came running and asked for forgiveness, saying that she was going to fasten it. Bo was surprised and asked her if it was really her. The girl said that he looked familiar. She had already seen him somewhere, but where, she'd remember now. Lawang whispered to his boss, asking who she was. Did he really know her? Bu said, I can say that I've met her before. The girl said she remembered. You're Bu, aren't you? Bu said, yes, it is. The girl asked what they were doing in front of her house. Bo asked if this was really her house, and Lawang asked her what she was to Master Wu. The girl said that's how they came to her grandfather and offered to take them to him. Lawang asked Bo if she really wanted to see them. Should we be more careful? Bu thought that she had an open character, but it seemed to him that something was wrong here. Then the girl had already opened the gate and called them in. The three of them went into the courtyard. The girl asked where her grandfather was. Lawang whispered to his boss, this girl even knows what family she was born into, escorting strangers from the front door straight in. To the head of the family, Bo thought, what's going on? What is she up to? Does she want to lead them into a trap? Then the girl told her dog to take them to their grandfather. Hearing this, Bo thought that maybe she was just like that by nature. Then Wu Hongtai came out of the house. He asked the girl what she was doing there. The girl was very happy to see him and said that they had come to Grandpa. She wanted to see them off, but she didn't know where he was now. Wu Hongtai told her that he had already warned her many times not to take anyone home. After looking at them, he said that especially ruthless, suspicious strangers should not be welcome. Having already addressed them, he said that they needed to go. The master was waiting for them on the terrace. Bu said goodbye to the girl and followed Wu Hongtai. Bu thought that it turned out he was just making it up. This girl is pure and innocent. Then they came to the terrace, and Wu Hongtai told the master that they had arrived. The master showed the flash drive and said that this information was about a group of forgers. They had to prove their abilities if they wanted it. Bu said to the master, do you dare to ask how they can prove themselves? The master got up and said that he had heard about Bo from old Kai. He is so young and already so talented. But is it true? It's very simple. He should look at the treasures in his office and tell why they are so valuable. If he recognizes his abilities, then he will get the flash drive. Bo said that it was fine and agreed. The master brought them into the room and said, this is my office. I've been collecting all these treasures for years. Bu said that, in that case, he would show what he was capable of. He looked at the vase and was very shocked, thinking, what is this? Lawang thought that Bo looked so serious. He had such a strange expression on his face. Is something wrong here? The master could not stand it and asked if there were really no decent valuables in his house. Bo said that he would like to take a closer look. Then Lawang came up to him and asked if something was wrong. Bu said what he was thinking. Liao Wang said that Bo seemed to be out of shape today and offered to help. He knew the value of almost everything here, so nothing could be done. He would have to shine. He was about to say something, but Bo stopped him and told him not to get involved. This is a serious matter. The master asked him why he was silent. Silence will lead to nothing. Apparently all the praise you've received was in vain. Liao Wang thought that Bu looked upset. It seemed he would have to intervene. Two heads are better than one. Why not say a few words to appease Master Wu? The rich are such concerns. Then he said, the Buddha's head looks great. Because it's from the Northern Ai dynasty, it is so rare and unique, he said, amazed. It's priceless. Master Wu asked what he was talking about. This head, it is forged. It is well preserved because it is several decades old. He said that the approximate price could be 30,000 yu. Lawang asked, if this was really a fake and thought, Brother Bo, even if it's a fake, it can't be so straightforward. We need to fix this. He said that it was okay because even the tigers miss. There is no sage who has never been wrong. Taking out the next item, Bo said that he had never seen such beautiful antique things. They were placed in the very center of the exclusive hall of the museum. Master Wu is so lucky. After all, he can see them every day. But Bu said that a copy of the candlestick from the spring and autumn period, their forgery was popular 20 years ago. But it's worth admitting that all of this is a great job. The approximate price is 100,000. La Wang was shocked and asked if this was also a fake. They looked at Master Wu and realized that he was very interested. But La Wang got scared and thought it was over. Master Wu will kill him with his eyes. He needs to fix it quickly. He said that Master Wu is so good at calligraphy and painting. How awkward it is. Apparently even bronze can be pierced. But all people are as gifted as he is. He thinks it's okay. Then he saw the calligraphy on the wall and said it was an excerpt from a book. He asked, "Can't calligraphy be forged?" Bu said, "No, it's a fake." La Wang asked if this was some kind of joke. "If everything is fake too," he whispered to Bu. That Master Wu seemed to doubt his abilities. Otherwise, how could they be forged? Was he sure he wasn't mistaken? Master Wu is a very important person. It's better not to anger him. The master may be old, but he could easily finish them off without even breaking a sweat. However, Bu continued to assert that this calligraphy was forged just last year, using the technique of recognizing submitted paintings. It could be easily verified, but even such a fake would cost millions. They walked up to the jug and stated that it was an imitation of the Ming dynasty. Approaching the vase, he claimed it was forged under the Qing dynasty. After that, he mentioned that the jade from the era of the enmity of the states was forged, and it was also a very good copy of Zhang Datsun's calligraphy. Master Wu couldn't stand it anymore and got up from his chair. Bo declared that, at the moment, there were 73 antiques in the room, and each of them was a fake. La Wang insisted it was impossible, but Master Wu pressed on. Master Wu wanted to convey that Wu Bufan, the head of this family for 17 generations, had collected a collection of fakes. La Wang, frightened, tried to explain that it wasn't what the boss meant, but Master Wu pushed him away. He asked Bo if he was genuinely confident in his assertion, and Bu affirmed that everything in the room was forged. La Wang urged Master Wu not to get angry, suggesting there must have been a misunderstanding. He reasoned that Bo's lack of sleep might have led to his current disposition, and Master Wu might not have seen his treasures yet. Master Wu asked if Bo was in his right mind, questioning how he could put together a collection of fakes alone. Bu began to doubt, wondering if the system had made a mistake. The system had made a mistake. The system had promised their support, but the situation seemed to be escalating. Master Wu pressed on, giving Bo one last chance to admit that his treasures were real. Bo apologized, confessing that the entire antique collection was fake. Liao Wang, panicking, declared that they were finished. Master Wu asked if La Wang was ready to take responsibility for his words. La Wang tried to intervene, telling Master Wu that everyone needed to calm down, but Master Wu focused on Bo, expressing concern about the fat man. He stated that the fat man shouldn't be involved just because they came together. After releasing the fat man, Master Wu applied some force against Bo. Bu thought it was the end, questioning whether the system had made a mistake. Master Wu seemed to have no intention of helping them. Bo wondered if Master Wu was indeed the master they were looking for and questioned his motives, considering the house was full of fakes. La Wang was very worried about Bo and questioned what Master Wu was trying to achieve. Master Wu asked Bo if he would change his mind. Bu asserted that originals would never become fakes, and fakes would never become originals. He could not change that. Master Wu laughed, leaving Bo in uncertainty. Another old man entered the room, telling Master Wu he had been too harsh. The old man did something to Bo's back, and Master Wu left, saying that his disciple was in bad shape. Mr. Kai assured them that everything was fine. Master Wu had merely grazed Bo's acupuncture point and blocked his airway. Bo asked about Mr. Kai, and Master Wu patted Bo on the shoulder before leaving. Mr. Kai explained that he and Master Wu were old acquaintances. He asked Master Wu to take care of Bo until he returned, expressing concern about his choice and deciding to test it himself. Master Wu had gone to the ghost market to test them. Luang asked if it was an act, as they seemed genuinely scared. Master Wu had praised their acting and rewarded them, offering 10 million yen for Luang and 50 million yen for Bu. Luang questioned why Bo was getting 50 million yen, while he only received 10. Master Wu stated that everyone receives as much as they invest. However, if Luang wishes, he can demonstrate his capabilities, and perhaps that will change his mind. Bu thought that everything ended well. It was a routine test. Then Mr. Kai asked him if he wanted to know why this place was filled with fakes. Bu said yes. He was very surprised when he came in. Mr. Kai turned to Master Wu and asked him to explain everything to them. Master Wu explained that they had gathered not only for verification, but also to develop the ability to recognize fakes without losing their honor and beliefs. One must always be vigilant so that the demons of greed do not devour them. Everything in this room can be a work of great art. However, they have to distinguish them first. He collects them to study their technique, to harden character, and, most importantly, because many experts were created by a forger named Gang Singon Tang. This is the gang of forgers that Master Wu is investigating. They asked if Master Wu was studying the enemy through their works, understanding the methods of the forgers to cope with them. Master Wu agreed, saying it wasn't a bad idea. The office is called the Room of Lies. The office is called the Room of Lies. You thought that explains why Master Wu was collecting crafts. However, he was more concerned about something else. When he used the system to calculate, the Wu family had something to do with the gang of scammers. The system indicated a likelihood of 7.70. Bo was surprised, thinking that Master Wu might not be directly related, but someone from their family likely had involvement. When Bu tried to question the system further, it didn't provide a clear answer. The system rebooted, and Bu thought that he needed to find this person as soon as possible. Turning to Master Wu, Bo asked to be allowed to study with him. Master Wu responded that there was no need for formalities. Bu is a good child, and I like him. Old Wang, another character, made a suggestion, and Master Wu agreed with it. Bo inquired about the offer, and Old Wang explained that they are the official representatives of the ancient society, inviting him to join as a full member. Master Wu added that Bu has honor and ability, making him suitable for joining the ancient society. Bo was happy, thinking that he was really becoming a member. Luang cautioned him to be calmer, as this is just the beginning. The ancient society consists of 1,000 people, and even Luang is a member. Mr. Kai emphasized that they believe Bo could become a core member. Luang and Bo simultaneously asked about the main members. Luang questioned if this was a hoax, and Boang questioned if this was a hoax, and Bo asked what being a core member entails. Master Wu explained that core members are significant figures, with their votes even superseding those of the president and vice president of the society. Lao Wang confirmed that Bo was already a core member and suggested raising his level as well. Master Wu encouraged Bo to continue developing his potential, and Mr. Kai explained that to become a core member, one needs huge potential, exceptional skills, constant improvement, and knowledge in politics. All questions about promotions are resolved by Master Wu. Luang pledged to convince others of Bo's abilities. Bu asked Mr. Kai why he was supporting him and if they shouldn't make decisions together. Luang defended Bu, stating that they can't be separated. Master Wu clarified that main members are added as old ones decrease. They discussed the case of Le Sun, who was removed due to involvement with a group of scammers. They moved on to discuss the origin of the forgers, deciding to continue the conversation over tea. Master Wu offered everyone a drink, saying he was good at drinking. After that, they began to tell that the ancient society has existed for about 100 years, and throughout its existence, it struggled with fakes. Everyone who supported them was coming to an end. It was a good time, but like all good times, it also came to an end. A new face has appeared in the trading arena. He started selling fakes again, and others followed him. Master Wu was so angry at them that he squeezed the chair. La Wang was scared and told him that it was the same chair from Hai Hong, and asked the master to be more careful. Bai thought that this organization even had a sinister background. Master Kai said that their skills are growing every year. Now even they find it difficult to distinguish the fruit of their ignorance from the original. Bai thought that if it wasn't for Mr. Kai, he would be hugging a fake vase of 9 dragons right now. Mr. Kai said that, in addition, their influence began to penetrate into the core of the ancient society. An example of this is La Sun, but he thinks there are more of them. Master Wu couldn't stand it anymore and called them all out, saying, "Let them just get to me. As soon as I learn their names, let them not expect mercy." La Wang was sweating all over and asked the master to calm down. Bai thought that it would be better to sell his soul to Master Wu himself than to cry across his path. He needed to find out who from the Wu family betrayed them. He turned to the system for help and asked, "Who from the Wu family is connected with a gang of forgers?" But the system said that the question was not. Bai thought that there was no answer. He thought he had not been able to answer such questions before. But he needed to stop asking the system such questions and instead ask if there were members of the Wu family among the forgers, specifically if it was a man between the ages of 20 to 30 years. The system started downloading. Bai thought, is it really broken, or did she also decide to give him a test? Okay, he's just making things up for himself. He's just nervous. The system said that the content of the question was sure, but the answer was impossible. Bai thought that it looked like he would have to find out for himself who was behind this and told the system that it could rest. Sir Chi said that now that all sides had reached an impasse, they needed to unite. Master Wu said that becoming a core member could put him in danger, so the final decision, of course, was up to him. Boa thought that he and the Forgers gang were no longer on the best of terms, but even if that wasn't the case, he still wanted to fight for what he thought was right. Besides, it was a good opportunity, and he still had the system, unless, of course, she continued in the same spirit. Further, he slapped the table and stood up, thanking them all for their trust. He said that he would make every effort for the benefit of the common goal and would join them. Master Wu said it was a good attitude. They would support him, so he didn't have to worry. Mr. Kai said there were still some formalities left, such as voting, but he shouldn't worry about it. They would be able to help him secretly, but most of the time, he would be on his own. La Wang said that it turned out there was still a vote. He thought they had already taken care of it. Bai told them not to worry. He would be careful and solve this issue. He himself thought that he would definitely get their votes. Meanwhile, Scar was on the phone again. He said that Leon had been expelled from the circle, and Chi would try to put one of his own in his place. The man replied to him that he already knew that this cowardly old man had convinced everyone to vote for his deductions. His business was suffering, and he wouldn't let their plans come to pass. The next step was sure to be successful. Scar said he hoped he wouldn't have to remember his old skills against theirs. Master Wu said that he was so happy and invited everyone to sit until morning because it would be so much fun. They would invite their family and call those small ones to join. He was talking about his grandchildren. La Wang said that he often heard about the skill of the Wu family's personal kitchen. They were very lucky. It was like tasting a divine peach. Bai thought that this was a good opportunity to check out the rest of the Wu family members. Then Mr. Kai received a message from Zio Zio. She texted him that she would be late. Master Wu said that it was not worth waiting for her. They should continue. He then turned to Bu and said that they would wait because they had nowhere to hurry and invited him to play guests or pitch. Lo Wang told him that it was a great opportunity to show off his abilities. Bu thought that he would like to play, but he didn't even know if the system could help him. He said that he would start and try to guess what time Zio would come. Bu thought he should try and ask the system if she would come by 18:0. The system said that the probability of arrival by 18:0 was 0. They were surprised and said it was clear. But they tried further. He asked the system if she would come by 19:0, but the system said that the probability of arrival by 19:0 was 0. Bu then asked her, what could happen by 10:0? She can't come any later, can she? The system said that the probability of arriving by 10:0 was 0. Bu had already tensed up and thought, really? She wouldn't come. Is something life-threatening going to happen? The system said that the probability of danger to life was 76.4. They were already scared and thought it was related to death. Bu then told his masters that he had just calculated and realized that Zio could be in mortal danger. Master Wu got up first and started shouting, questioning what made him think that. She's just walking around. They're all going now. Mr. Kai said to be quiet. He would call her now, but Zio was unavailable. Mr. Kai said that most likely she was busy. Maybe she was on a mission there. She usually turns off the phone. But the deadly danger. Bu asked the system to indicate on the map where Zio was now. The system started downloading. Bu asked her if she was joking. After all, a person's life was at stake. Master Wu asked Mr. Kai why he was so calm. They should ask someone and go after her. Master Wu got up and tried to call himself. He was told that Zio was hunting a petty thief. With her skills, she would be fine. Then Mr. Kai got up and told them to sit down. He himself would find out what was the matter. Bu got up and asked them to let them find her on their own. He would find her. Sir Chai told him to be careful. Master Wu said that well. He should start looking from the apartment. It's not far from here. Let Hong Tai go with him. Then J-Toy and Bu came up saying they had gone. Hong Tai said that he would drive the car and let Bu tell him what to do. Bo said that it was fine. He himself thought that he was her older brother. So why wasn't he worried at all? He must be very experienced. Bu thought that with him, he would have a safety net and asked the system if the road was safe. The system said that the road safety was 100. Bu thought they were having such a good time. But he needed to stop thinking about it because now was not the time. Zio was on a mission right now. Her man contacted her. She said she was there and asked, what about them? She was told that they had blocked the windows and he could not escape. She asked what was good and how they were doing. She was told that no one was safe. Zio reminded them again that the killers were armed and that they had to be careful. After that, they started climbing the stairs. She said that they had started. The man was sitting in his apartment and talking on the phone. He told his brother not to worry because everything was fine and they just had to wait for the buyer's call. His brother told him that he should keep his eyes open and not screw up. Then, they knocked on his door and asked if anyone was home. They introduced themselves as gas checkers. The man looked through the peephole and already had a gun ready. He started opening the door and said that he was already on his way and to stop knocking as he had just woken up. Meanwhile, Bo was racing in a car with Wu Hong Tai. He asked the system what the percentage of danger to Zio's life was now. The system said that the danger to life was 81.4. Zio entered his apartment and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him. She said she needed to check the gas pipeline. The man said she seemed very capable. Then Zio immediately pounced on him. Bo told Hong Tai that after 700 meters, he should turn left, then right, and go straight ahead. The system said that the probability of using a weapon was 100. The probability of Zio's death was 89.5. The probability of arriving at the destination soon was 70. 170 1, and a probability of information about the enemy's weapons was 55. The system kept loading. Then Bai Wu shouted that they needed to stop by the residential complex. At that moment, Zio and her partner had already prepared the handcuffs. The man pulled out a gun. Zio noticed this and rushed to defend her partner. At that moment, the criminal jumped out of the window. Zio ran after him, shouting that he would not escape. Then the man started shooting at her with a pistol. But then Bai Wu and her brother came to the rescue. The man ordered them to get off. Then Gento opened the car door and hit the criminal with it. He then laid him down and tied him up. The police arrived, and they took him away. They exhaled. Zio also thought that everything was finally over. She turned to her brother and asked what he was doing here. Bai Wu saw Boo behind him. Bai Wu was scared and thought he was alive. He fired from a reloaded pistol but did not survive. Hong Tai told his sister that he had come to check on her progress. Thanks to Mr. B, they managed to arrive on time and avoid disastrous consequences. Zio grabbed Bao's hand and asked him if he even knew how dangerous it was. These battles are not something that ordinary citizens should be engaged in. Then she was informed that they had problems upstairs and could not approach. She said it was good, thanked them all for their help, wiped the sweat off her smiling face, and said that she wouldn't have come if she were indifferent to her life. Bai Wu thought that he hadn't even planned to get a thank you. He hoped that nothing else would happen. Jintai told him that it was time for them to return and asked him if everything was definitely fine with him. Bai Wu tensed up again and thought, is this how the problem is solved? He asked the system what the probability of a threat to Zio was. The system said that the probability of no danger was 0, and the probability of Zio's death was almost 91. Bo wondered how such a thing was even possible. They ran up the stairs, and the percentage of her death continued to grow. It never stopped growing. Bai Wu thought that the bandit had already been arrested. There were several other people upstairs besides her. Did this mean that there was someone else? He burst upstairs and shouted her name. He entered the apartment but did not see anything suspicious. Zio and 2 other policemen were standing in the apartment. Zio asked him why he was so surprised. He had to get out of here. Bai Wu rolled his eyes and thought that he was scared because he thought that something had already happened. But what could threaten her? Antique dealer. It was this criminal. One of the policemen said she's EO. The evidence pointed to the presence of accomplices in the crime. Zio said that they probably left for a while. But he had a gun. It was pretty dangerous. She ordered the doors to be closed to inform the others so they would closely monitor the staff here, which aroused their suspicions. They should check everything as carefully as possible. The percentage of threat to Zio's life continued to rise, now at 90. 1.7. Bai Wu thought that there was very little time. What was threatening her? At that moment, Zio was contacted by her man and told that the facility was receiving complaints from curious residents. He asked if they hadn't finished. Bai Wu thought that the curious residents were the object, the hostage. How dangerous is it to rescue hostages? The system said that the average percentage of failure during a hostage rescue was 97.3. Bai Wu couldn't stand it and told Zio that he had to tell her something very important. The percentage of Zio's mortality was increasing. She was very busy right now and told him that it would be better next time. It's not safe here right now. Bai Wu told them that they had to go back, and turning to her colleagues, he said that they should already go ahead. Bo didn't back down and said, "No, the thing is." But Zio didn't let him finish and told him that he had to go. She asked, "Is he going to stop her from working?" Bai Wu couldn't stand it and shouted, "Enough is enough." He couldn't leave her here. He thought he might just ignore the possibility of her dying and asked her if maybe he was meddling in his own business. She said she didn't think she was relaxing too much now. She was looking for someone, but the search area was too big, and she didn't have enough people. She didn't know where to start. The more she searched, the more likely it was that she would lose control of the situation. Zio thought about it. but told him to continue. Bu told her that he knew where to start following. She should trust him, listen to him, and then make a decision. He hoped she wouldn't send him away. She looked very solemn, and maybe she didn't believe him, but she said that she would listen to him. Bo was shocked. Zio blushed and cleared her throat, saying that he should say what he wanted. If he wanted to help her so much, he'd better take the matter very seriously. Besides, today was an emergency. Bu thought that it seemed possible to deal with her. He didn't often meet such people. She got straight to the point. He told her that criminals couldn't stay holed up anywhere. Besides, one of them had just been caught. He thought, but then he noticed cigarettes on the floor, picked them up, and said, "Besides, we'll have to go out before buying cigarettes." He showed her the map and said there should be a small supermarket to the south of here. Zio didn't wait any longer. She grabbed his hand and said that it was good. They were going there. She informed her people that she was heading to a small supermarket in the south for a search and possible arrest. The system then said that the probability of civilians being involved was 80.4. The probability of going to buy cigarettes was 100, and the readiness to escape was 95.7. Bo looked at the phone and said to Zio that there was a small street to the south from there. They could get out, but there were too many people there. At that moment, the probability of a threat to civilians began to decrease, and it amounted to 44.25. He said he must have realized they were looking for him. Zio was informed that the target had been found. They were coming from the east, and it seemed that he was ready to escape. Zio started climbing into the car and told him not to worry. There were a lot of people around, so let him run away. He must not lag behind and protect civilians. He had to get in the car. They drove the car at full speed, saying that if they went to the supermarket to the south, then they should move out from the east. They should pass the fork, and there was just a commercial area. Bu said that there were 2 multi-story buildings to the north. Xiao said that they would check everyone for documents. The traffic management service would cooperate, and all drivers would be checked for alcohol consumption. The criminal escaped armed, most likely requesting reinforcements. She was told that everything was accepted. 2 passersby at the fork. Zio reported that she was obliged to evacuate the residence. Lee was still following the suspects. She was told that he had left the high-rise building and was heading towards the unfinished buildings. Xiao told them that they had to warn Lee that the enemy was armed, and he had to take people away from there. They should order the exit to be blocked. She was obliged to send someone to outflank the enemy. Meanwhile, they had already arrived at this place, and Xiao immediately rushed to look for the culprit. Bo was very unwell after this trip. Janami stood and supported him. Bu told him that he was fine and should hurry up and catch up with Zio. He should protect her. After Hong Tai ran to Zio's aid, Bu thought the worst was over. Then the system informed him that the probability of a threat to Zio was 0. Bu exhaled and lit up again, thinking that it was all thanks to Master Wu. But then something got into his head. It was a little kid who was messing around on a construction site. The kid stuck out his tongue, and Bu just jumped over the fence. Bu shouted to the boy and asked him how he could run so fast with a bear. Then he sensed danger and shouted to the boy to stop. The probability of danger to Zio increased again. Now it was almost 100. The probability of a child being taken hostage was 90. Bu thought, is it really impossible to do without hostages for once? He rushed to the rescue, thinking, why can't he do anything? Then the boy was almost exhausted, but he told Bo that he would never catch up with him, calling him garbage. But then he noticed one of the bandits. Zio also ran up to this place. She saw a bandit rushing at the child in order to take him hostage. But then Bu rushed in and saved the child. A shot rang out. The system may have shot. A system error occurred, and Bo woke up in the car. Zio came up to him and told him to wake up, calling him a brave citizen. Bu asked if the boy was okay and if the criminal had been caught yet. Zio told him not to worry. Everything is fine. The accomplice has already been arrested and will soon be brought to justice. Well, it looks like he hit his head hard when he fell. I asked him what could take him to the hospital. She was embarrassed and said that when she saw him fall on the floor, she thought he might have had a concussion. He thought he remembered hitting his head, but it didn't seem to hurt anymore. Despite the system glitch, Zio's problem seemed to have already been solved. Then Chu asked him why he was silent. Is it really a concussion after all? We're going to the hospital right now, she said. Boo said he was fine, and there was no need to go to the hospital. The system started loading data with an error. The system cannot make the calculation. He accidentally grabbed Zio by the arm. They were both embarrassed, and Bo, throwing away his hand, said, honestly, there's no need to worry so much. He himself thought that the case was already over, which meant he could go. Zio was confused and said, who cares about him at all? She is simply responsible for the affected citizens. Anyway, what could have happened to him? Bu thought that maybe she felt responsible because he was trying to help her. Zio cleared her throat and said, again, this time, you really saved the situation. Bu thought that he risked his life for the sake of the child. He's not so bad. She told him that, in short, she thanked him very much for helping them. She didn't treat him very well before and apologized for it. Bo was surprised but said, come on, let's leave it in the past. I'm lucky to have met a man who did so much good. I'm not offended. Kaioyo said that Brother Tae had said they were worried about her, which was why they came. If they hadn't come, she said, things could have ended much worse, as expected from Master Bai. Bo said, no, they were the ones who caught him. Zio told him that he had helped very well in capturing the suspect. Bu said that they acted together. That's why they did everything. Zio said that she had formed a wrong opinion about him earlier, and that's why it turned out that way. She even felt a little hurt. Bu said that he didn't agree with this. If she hadn't made a mistake, then he wouldn't have been able to be where he is now. Zio got angry and hit the car with her fist. It turns out that you knew everything, and you knew that that thing belonged to her family, and deliberately sold it to her grandfather at a high price, she said. Bo, scared, got into the car and told her to stop. He could explain everything. But then Zio, exhaling, leaned against the car and said, why explain something now? It's already in the past. You helped my family, and these things still return to my grandfather. Bo asked, was she always worried about her grandfather? Was she really afraid that he would be deceived? Wasn't she, given her sense of fairness and professionalism? It was understandable why she was bothered by a mysterious stranger like him. She is very reliable and an outstanding specialist in her field. Chu asked him, what is he doing? Bu thought she was so arrogant. Then Chu asked, what could examine him? She opened the car and sat down next to him. In order to avoid trouble, you should behave with restraint. I don't understand you at all. You don't have the strength or ability to protect yourself. You need to be careful. I'm absolutely serious. It's for your own good. I'm also her grandfather, and if the bad guys get interested, you'll have problems with them. They're not so easy to stop. Bo grabbed her hand, which she had recently given him, and fought where she got such strength from. He said he knew that, and he thought that the fewer people who know about him, the better, especially the enemies. But then he remembered something and asked, these two criminals were chasing antiques, wasn't it? Zio asked, why was he asking this? Isn't he their prophet who sees the secrets of heaven? Bu replied, secrets can't always be seen, right? Zio said that one of them had quite a lot of criminal records. She had documents somewhere, but she herself wasn't very knowledgeable. But the same thing she knew, she couldn't just tell him. Bu thought that she wouldn't do anything that would violate privacy rules. But even so, he didn't think she knew all the details. A group of scammers still had to deal with Master Kai in the antique circle. Then he remembered something and told the girl that her grandfather and the others were still waiting for news from them. But he appeared to Wuhong Tai and told them not to worry because he had already notified them. They're waiting for the two of you to come back, he said. Zio thought her brother was there and asked, what about? What about? What time is it now? Will they have time to return to them? Maybe he? But then Chu stopped him and said, "No, he's a hero today. Therefore, let him not even think of sneaking away." She got behind the wheel and told her brother to get in the car. After they all got into the car, the girl hit the gas and said that she would definitely make it. Meanwhile, at a family banquet, the man with glasses asked the girl, "How much longer do we wait? When will the sister come?" The girl said her sister told her she was stuck in traffic and would be there soon. Probably still late, but he shouldn't be so worried. The blonde guy said that, yes, let him not worry so much, because she is always unlucky. Maybe she was cursed in a previous life. Brother Chang told him not to waste words. Then the girl jumped up and said that Grandpa had come, and with him came Bai Wu and Chio Wyo. Master Wu said that he was their distinguished guest today. Everyone is familiar with Chilla and Chizo Oyo. Right. He also solemnly introduced Bao Wu, or Mr. Bai, to them. He is a wonderful young man, and he really hopes that they will get along. Now let's have them all sit down, and he told Mr. Bai to sit down here. Brother Chang told his other brother that he was able to impress even their old man. He probably has something to tell. Well, the blonde guy was clearly not thrilled and told him to just look at him. He doesn't know how he was able to deceive Grandpa. If he catches him red-handed, he will show him where the crayfish hibernates. The girl said that Mr. Bai is a good person. She already knows him. Her other brother asked her how she knew him, not that he's her ex. The girl told him to sit and envy in silence. With his face, it must be very hard to find a girl. Hearing all this, Chiza was furious and asked who was mocking her little sister here. She can't wait to teach them a lesson. The girl rushed to hug her and said how much she missed her. The blonde guy said, "Zio, she came." Zio told him that she had asked him to call her sister Kai, and he called her Zio again. Then the guy, who was sitting next to that girl, told her to sit down with him. They didn't defend anyone here. They just sat and fooled around. Brother Chang said that, yes, they wanted to find out what kind of fates they had such guests, he told them. The blonde guy said that, yes, they don't look like the children of noble families. Did their old folks just pick them up somewhere? The other guy laughed and said it was true. It's an eerily strange situation. He asked how this ignoble one could take such a place. Shizio did not get involved in their conversation, but thought that they were from noble families. However, without their surnames, they would not be worth anything. They're just idiots. After she couldn't stand it and put a glass of wine on the table, she told everyone that Mr. Bai was their guest and Grandpa recognized his ability. They should behave decently and not create problems. Going up to her sister, she said that they needed to go because they hadn't chatted together for a long time. The sister said, yes, she had so much to tell her. She stuck her tongue out at her brothers and said, they had just been. After that, 2 girls left. Master Wu told Mr. Bai to drink more. He shouldn't be shy. Then these 3 brothers came up and the fair-haired one said, why don't we make a toast in honor of Mr. Bai? Master Wu supported them and said, yes, we should respect him, and he really hopes that they will learn a lot from him in the future. He asked Mr. Kai if he respected him. They hadn't had a drink together for a while. The blonde guy apologized to Mr. Bai and said that they would like to ask him for some advice. He is their esteemed guest. He must have extensive knowledge of ancient art. Brother Chang said that, yes, he and his brothers would like to learn a lot from him. The 3rd brother also supported them and said that it was true. Mr. Bai thought that he no longer liked these trolls. It was obvious that they wanted to make him look like an idiot. He asked them if they would recognize each other first. But Brother Chang ignored him and went to Master Wu to say that they had recently acquired some good works of art, but he doubted their authenticity. Could Mr. Bowie help them, and they will just learn from him how? La Wang heard this and asked, what is the authenticity? Let him take a look. Mr. Bai thought that, thanks of course to him, but now you can't disgrace yourself. He said that he was grateful for the opportunity given to him and told La Wang to sit here and finish his meal, and he'll be right back. She thought about Master Wu, who said that let him teach them well. It is useful for them to learn something good. After that, Mr. Bai left with 3 brothers. The blonde-haired man thought, what a liar he was. Now they would bring him to the surface. They went into another room where there were antiques on the table. Mr. Chang said that he doesn't know much about antiques, and he really hopes that it won't be difficult for him to tell them about their origin. The blonde brother said that, yes, it should be easy for him. Mr. Bai thought that since they decided to squeeze him, they shouldn't blame him if they fall into their trap themselves. Master Wu noticed this too and thought that these youngsters decided to rein in Mr. Bai, but he thinks that he will take care of himself. But as soon as Mr. Bai decided to ask the system, it gave him that it was not subject to download. Mr. Bai was stunned and asked what the hell. Has the system finally broken down? Then one of the brothers asked him why he was silent. Master Wu also thought about it and thought, is Mr. Bai silent? He's always just been given antiques. Maybe something happened. The blonde guy asked, does it really require such a long examination? Maybe he just drank too much today. Someone intervened. Lao Wang asked this guy what he had just said. His bro is the best at antiques. He's never wrong. The blonde guy asked, then why is he silent? Have the gods abandoned him? Having already turned directly to Bai University, he asked him, what and how much to buy these things? Doesn't he know? How dare he lie to his family? Wang shouted at him to keep his mouth shut. He had to go through a lot today, and he was just very tired. B asked the guy, are you from the Wu family, aren't you? You have to keep your voice down if you don't want Master Wu to. Meanwhile, Master Wu was still sitting and reasoning. He thought, what happened? Is it possible that his abilities have decreased due to today's circumstances? But he is definitely not a fraudster. He has some outstanding abilities. Are these kids completely brazen? I think I will have to teach them a lesson and let them know how to slander others. D had not recovered yet. Yes, how dare they, he thought. Meanwhile, B was very scared, and then the same thing happened to the system. Have you ever had this happen? He thought. What should he do now? Also, these guys cling like leeches. How would he get away? Then the blonde guy started screaming at him and asked, what happened? Are you still not aware? Then he himself said. But then Master Wu intervened and, calling them all, asked, how dare they talk to the guests like that? They are idiots. Approaching B, he said that these beasts lack discipline, and he should not blame them. B thought that he didn't even have anything to blame them for. His system had really failed. He would not be able to determine the authenticity now. Master Wu was smiling at him, but in fact he was very worried about him and thought, has he really made such a face? Is he still sick, or is he just angry at these kids? After that, he turned to these children and began to drill them with an evil look. Master Wu called them idiots again and said, it is like they have been raised by dogs. They should apologize to be faster. The blonde guy was very angry and said he was just a liar. Then Master Wu couldn't stand it. He already wanted to hit this guy, but B said that it was not worth interfering for his own good. It's just a normal argument. He said that these ink stones were fakes. They were only a few years old. They were forged under the annals of the Republic of China. They are very well made, and collectors could appreciate them. As for this porcelain jug from the Yongle era, it has a rich color and very fine work and technique. The production is just beautiful. It's a pity that it was made only this year. The Yongle era is the period from 1403 to 1424. The guy started Googling it all on their phone and said he was really right. D said that all people have different views on things, and he himself thought that, fortunately, Mr. Wu helped him because it took time to reboot the system. This time, the system really almost failed him, but everything went pretty smoothly. Without the system, he would not have been able to do anything. This time, he fought back. But this is far from the end. Master Wu said that he was worthy of being called a master. Even he would not be able to determine the authenticity of some of the things here. Master Wu has such sharp eyes. Dee thought that besides looking at the system that said it was 100 fake and 100 related to fraudulent groups, he thought that among the antiques, there are those that are related to fraudulent groups. Last time, the system said that there is someone in the Wu family who has a connection with scammers. But who could it be? Brother Chang came forward and said that he was worthy of being called a master, and he asked his forgiveness for his rudeness. Another brother hugged him and said he was really amazing. He hopes that they will see each other often, and he will help him earn a fortune. Brother Chang also added that he respects his abilities. Only the blonde guy said that he was doing well. Brother Chang suggested they go out together for a drink. B said, "No, I don't want to bother anyone," and he himself thought that the system had failed. This family is not easy to deal with. Besides, there is a traitor among them. He needs to leave as soon as possible because the traitor may be here. Master Wu was worried and thought, did they really make him angry? He hugged B and said that there was no need to be so reserved and offered them a drink together. He should have forgotten about these little scoundrels by now, he thought. Wang also supported this and asked, why should they be in such a hurry? It's better to sit a little longer. D thought about it and remembered the words of Chija Oyo, who told him in the car that in order to avoid trouble, he should behave with restraint. She also said that she does not understand him at all because he has neither the strength nor the ability to protect himself. He must be careful. Therefore, he thought that this situation is very alarming to him. While the system has problems, he cannot be sure of his safety, and if something goes wrong, he will be under the gun. He told everyone that it was too late and offered to meet next time. B was about to leave, but Master Wu stopped him and told him to wait a second. He said that he had heard that he and Zhou Oyo had known each other for a long time. Maybe it's fate, he said. Then Luang's eyes lit up, and he said that Master Wu was right. It could be fate. He had heard that Master B was not married yet and asked him about becoming part of the Wu family. Everyone was in shock. She asked him what he just said. Another guest supported him and asked if it was too early and sudden. Mr. Kai told the master that if he became a member of someone's family, it would only be the Kai family. He has known his granddaughter for a long time and blesses them. Master Wu told him that his blessing didn't solve anything. He and their Zio have mutual feelings. Mr. Kai began to get angry and said that his Zio and B also love each other. Will they be happy together? Then Chiyoyo couldn't stand it and burst into the room. She told her grandfather, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Zio told her grandfather that she was still too young and didn't want to think about marriage. Zio was very upset and told her grandfather that he had never asked her and was already marrying her off. Did he really care about her opinion? Then she ran away in tears. Dee clutched his head and thought, what is going on here? How did he get involved in all this? And why are they talking about marriage? Only one blonde guy was furious and looked at Mr. Kai with hatred. Then Brother Chang came up to him and whispered to him to listen to him because the old man is still here. They noticed this and thought that these two were clearly hostile to him. Maybe they are traitors. Then the master thief laughed and told B to go along with them. Mr. Kai joined him and told him to leave them and go have a drink with them. B said that was exactly what he wanted. At first, he wanted to leave because of his well-being, but now that he is better, he would like to have a drink with the elders. He himself thought that they both wanted him to stay. They must care about him. Whatever it was, he had to find this traitor. After that, they sat down at the table, and B again kept looking at those three brothers. He thought that he needed to check everyone present here. Golai behaves strangely and treats him terribly. Could it be him? But the system gave an error again. B tensed up again and thought that he couldn't believe it. The system wouldn't help him. After all, he can't rely only on his strength and his search. Brother Chang told the blonde-haired man that he was crazy to talk such nonsense in front of his Sues. Does he really want to die? If he wants to die, then let him die alone and not involve others in it. Then B came up to them, and he himself thought that Brother Chang is quite perceptive and pretty brave. He sat down next to them and said that it seemed he had not been able to have a drink with them. Looking at the blonde guy, he thought that he would start with him. Brother Chang told B that he was so polite and had amazing abilities and handed him a glass. They said that they were strangers after all. His concern was justified, but as they say, after a strong fight, the strongest friendship is born. When looking at the blonde guy, he asked him for forgiveness and asked if he had offended him in some way. He himself thought that this guy does not know how to hide his thoughts. He is too stupid for a traitor. Does he want to burn a hole in it? But then this guy grabbed his hand and said that he was very interested in how he met Zio. B asked, "What is Zio?" Zio said that she was also very interested. This guy was very determined. Therefore, B decided to tease him a bit and said that it was fate. One day, she wanted to sell one thing, and he bought it. Then they had to deal with one bandit, but at that moment this guy squeezed his hand even harder. B wondered if he really loved her that much. So he said they were just acquaintances. They weren't just acquaintances. They weren't even friends. Then the guy loosened his grip and asked, what was true? B said that she is a little hot-tempered, but he probably knows it that way. And also, she is arrogant. It's not so easy to communicate with her. To be honest, he's a little afraid of her. That is, for a woman, she is strong. He himself thought that he was hostile to him because of Tio Zoyo and because of Master Kai's words. Everything only escalated. Then one of these brothers laughed out loud and said that he understood. They like gentle and lovely women. Brother Chang told him that she had beaten him up for molesting her. He got there, came back, and told his brother to let him tell everyone about it. People like him don't need Laroma Inikai 90, 4 years old. B thought, what are they talking about? Brother Chang said he heard he bought a yacht last week, didn't he? Is his sports car still out of the country? His brother said. What was the use of it? Everywhere they put speed limits. If you increase the speed, at least for a while, you will immediately get a fine. Of course, it was possible to drive 2 laps on the racetrack. Then he decided to ask B if he is fond of racing. Maybe they go there together. The man who stood next to them told him that all he does is drink and have fun all day long. Does he really want to seduce Master B as well? He thinks he should block his card and let him think in the company for a few days. They thought that these guys were just having fun. Actually, this one doesn't look like a bandit at all, and their money depends entirely on their elders. Maybe he should look among older people. So he decided to move to another table. There were 3 men sitting there. They were all smoking, and while drinking, the bold man said he was meeting Mr. Wang next week. They wanted to play golf. The man who was sitting next to him, in a suit and tie, asked him why they didn't talk about their acquisitions. The man sitting next to them asked if they really did charity work. The man in the suit asked if they had voted for an angel who seemed to be having bad luck this year. Then, a woman came up to Bo and said that she had heard he could guess spring necklaces of the new collection looked too ordinary. After that, he was surrounded by girls. The girl with the fan said, yes, but the young like it with him. She looks fresher. The girl who was standing next to her asked if they had heard what had happened near Jan's summer house. The girl with the rim asked if there was some kind of problem. She heard that it almost came to a fight. Bo's head was already boiling. He sat down on a chair and thought that these rich people only talk about earning and spending money, not a single useful piece of information. How much time is wasted? There is no one like a traitor among them. Then Master Wu came up to him and asked if he was really ill. Bo asked him why he called him Master. He was more comfortable when he called him by name. He himself thought that the system is not working now, and since the traitor is part of the Wu family, it is not easy to find him. Maybe the master of the university could find a way. He said he was interested in what he said in the afternoon, hiding groups of scammers. Then he approached Wu Hongai and told his grandfather that Miss and Suze had come. Bu thought, is there really someone else? A girl in a red dress came in, and a man followed her. The girl asked for forgiveness, explaining that they were stuck in traffic. Bu thought that this guy didn't look like a decent citizen. The system showed that he is 80 bad. Bu was surprised and wondered what was going on with the system. The system showed him that Suze is a bad person by 80. Bu thought, is there Sue a traitor? Then Chezozio came up to the girl and said they had been waiting for so long. The blonde guy came up and said that his sister decided to come right to the final. Another brother mentioned that his sister had a lot of good workers. Brother Chang said they hadn't seen each other for several days and she began to look better. Only this suspicious guy was standing on the sidelines. Bu thought they were ignoring him, but the system gave an error again, making Bu think the system was still buggy. He would have to deal with Suze himself. Bu decided to ask the master who these two were. Master Wu said that they were his granddaughter, Yu, and his grandson, Suze. Yu came up to Grandpa and apologized for being late, asking him not to be angry. Bu approached one of the brothers and pointed to Suze, asking if he was his sister's husband and why he was in such a gloomy mood. The blonde guy said he was just trash, and if he hadn't become part of their family, he wouldn't even be able to feed himself. Bu asked if he was really a son-in-law. Another brother came up and told Bu not to worry about him. This kid is not so simple. He has a good education, but alas, he is useless. Bu thought about how an accomplice of a dangerous group could be useless, but the system showed that 88 of him is a bad person. It's not that simple. Bu wondered if he's a petty thief or something bigger, maybe even Dao Long. This man looked at him menacingly and adjusted his wedding ring. Another brother patted Bu on the shoulder and said that, unlike him, Master Bu is young and promising. If the old man really wants to marry Zia Oyo to him, then he should know a lot of people are chasing her. Bu even choked on this, saying that he thought there was a mistake. He doesn't think Master Wu meant it. He himself thought that Suze was not taken seriously here, but he needed a way to be sure of his assumptions. Then Yu came up to him and grabbed his shoulder, telling him that he's the esteemed guest that Grandpa brought in. His name is Bu, isn't that right? She thought that Grandpa would bring some old man to them, and it turned out to be such a young man. Bu thought that she seemed to be more difficult to handle than Zoya. After all, Zozi is stupid and cute. Bu then told the girl that she was much more gorgeous than him, thinking that Suze has such an evil face. Maybe he just misunderstood the situation, and Suze could not stand it. He went up to his wife and grabbed her by the hand, but Yu pulled her hand away, and she continued to ignore her husband, asking Bu what he was doing. Bu said that, to be honest, he doesn't have a job as such yet. He's currently working with an antique dealer. He asked about her as she seemed to be very successful. Bu thought that Suze had such an evil face. Maybe he just misunderstood the situation. They don't seem to be on the best of terms. Master Wu got into the conversation saying that she is no match for him. Mr. Bu has real talent. His life is a complete fairy tale. Suze called it absurdity, saying that the Wu family is not seizing some crook. Bu glanced at Suze again and thought that if the couple didn't get along, then perhaps Mrs. Wu didn't know about her husband's affairs. But does he need to confirm it somehow? Bu asked him if Mr. Suze is also a member of the ancient society. Mr. Su said he wouldn't dare to speak like that. He just knows some of their business and likes old things. Yu told him that he looked quite business-like. Master Wu said that he deals with finances and must be the head of some big company too. Mr. Su said no, he was just an office worker. Yu said that she thought the husband of a woman like Mrs. Wu certainly knew about antiques well, or was part of the elite. Mr. Su said that no, he was just a simple office employee and could not compare with him because he had already become revered at such a young age. Dee said, yes, Master Wu and Master Kai are always telling me that, but I am still part of the Wu family. With the support of this family, even being a street vendor, I would still be expected to succeed. His income must not even be enough to satisfy Mrs. Wu. Then he apologized and said that he had forgotten that it was she who was the breadwinner of the family. Then he noticed that Mr. Su was frantically adjusting his ring. Said, of course he's trying to give his wife what she wanted, the surname of his capabilities from the bottom of his heart. B thought that he was holding up well. But why wasn't the system working? He said. Yes, this is the most important thing. Happiness is not in money, and offered him a drink. B thought that he was just a great actor. No wonder even Master Wu and Master Kai were deceived. As soon as the problem with the system is solved, he will immediately tear off this mask from him. But he can't just sit and wait for the system. Then Liao Wang asked him what was wrong with him, what he was thinking about, and if he had really drunk too much. B told him, how does so much food fit into him? But then he remembered something and asked the fat man, you kind of told me that you're very good at gathering information, weren't you? He took him by the head and turned it so that he was looking at Mr. Su and asked him to help with one guy. It was already late at night, and everyone decided to go outside. Everyone came out to see B off. Master Wu was driving him and said that it was already so late because he couldn't get behind the wheel now, and asked him if he could stay the night. But B told him that he was too hospitalized and couldn't bother him like that. He had already called a taxi. He himself thought that he should be careful with the Su family. But how would he test it again? The system kept giving him an error. But now the most important thing was to fix the system error. He had already arrived at his home and decided to take a shower. After going out and drinking some water, he thought about what a hassle it was. No matter how much he asked, the system remained silent. This was also his fault, but he would like to gain a fortune by relying only on the system. He didn't know what it was, and he still didn't know, but the system was still unavailable. D clutched his head and asked, what should I do? Maybe I should turn it off somehow and then turn it on again. He broke away and asked, couldn't you attach at least some instructions to it? The system was still not working, but then, in one of the ads, it was written that there was not enough energy. B immediately jumped up and asked, what does the system mean by not having enough energy? The system told him that a vital part of the user's body required a lot of energy for stable operation. B didn't really understand and asked what the vital part was. The system showed a picture of the brain and circled one of its parts. Then B remembered that it was the part of his head that he had hit and asked, is the injury really that serious? It turns out that the system can not only determine the probability but also heal wounds. It turns out that there was not enough energy because he was now recovering. It's strange because before that everything was fine. But still, it's not his only injury. The system said that there was a system update and apologized for the inconvenience. B said he understood and asked what that meant. Now, no one would be able to answer his questions. Right now, he was defenseless. The system said yes. It couldn't be. B was scared and thought that now his dreams would come to an end. There were so many problems now, especially with a group of scammers. There should be something good in everything, but all his connections and capabilities depended on the system. How quickly would its end come? Without a system, would he return to his old life? But no, he urgently needed to find a solution to this problem. He exhaled and asked the system what he needed to do to restore this energy. But the energy is kind of from electricity, isn't it? Or where else does the system get energy from? The system started loading instructions for replenishing energy. They thought that the system worked on metaphysical calculations, but in general, it's something like a search engine. He received it quite suddenly and did not think about its origin. Then, the system flashed instructions for replenishing energy in one. It was an automatic repair system. It was written here that it was impossible to calculate the repair time. The hang-up from the battle would end after the repair was completed. Under the next item, it was written that external energy collection. It was said there that it was going thanks to the contacts and fees of the owner. According to paragraph 3, it was written that the extraction of the whole synergy is fast and takes only 3 seconds. D asked, what takes 3 seconds? Can they really extract his energy? Are they withdrawing something from him? What kind of energy can be pulled out of a person? What kind of energy does the system feed on? It could take his life. It's too risky. Well, there were many more ads that said pumping out energy would not endanger the life of the owner. B asked, what and how would it affect him? The system said it couldn't give an accurate estimate. Probably. Probability of success will be changed. B asked, what is the probability of his success? That is his luck. He can't exchange his luck. But then, what about option B? He could have collected energy for the system. He would be able to travel through mountains and rivers, as in the King Sang novel, and then defeat ancient mythical beasts or something like that. But his body is not capable of that. Although these restrictions confuse him, this is the best option. After all, just sitting and waiting is not an option. B asked the system, if I choose option 1, can I change my choice to 2 or 3 in the future? The system said that he could change his choice at any time. They lit a cigarette and thought that then he would have to take a chance. He told the system that he chooses option 1, but if the external energy for option 2 seems to be nearby, then it should notify him. B thought that it all depends on the situation. He can switch to any other option at any time, but for now, it's better to stop at option 1. The system asked him to confirm his choice. B thought that, after all, he still has an enemy, as a group of scammers is preparing to attack. Defense, retreat, so many people are preparing. He can't let them down. He laid down on the bed, picking up the flash drive that Master Wu had given him. B thought it was worth finding out if the fat man could find something and discover what Mr. Wu gave him. 2 days later, B went to see what was on this flash drive. He inserted the flash drive into his laptop and found that there were 2 folders on it. The 2 folders were called Super Secret Information. B thought that there was so little information. How would he know what they were planning next? Then Leo Wang called him and said that he had very important news. Did he find some information? B asked. What is it? What did you find? Leo Wang said that he had found a fake bank that was somehow connected to him. He will send him the address now, and he should go there. B said that a group of scammers could uncover them, so they needed disguise. After some time, they disguised themselves and came to the bank. B asked Leo Wang what he found. Leo Wang told him in a whisper that he had heard this bank receives large sums of money from the ancient society, and that they also say it's related to those people. Therefore, he could not be rash and called him. B thought that he really admired the fat man. He was very reliable. Leo Wang suggested that B pretend that they were going to invest and then follow their trail. Yes, and his ability to find out all the secrets is better left for a last resort. After all, it consumes a lot of energy, so they should try to sort it out themselves somehow. B thought it was because his energy was too low and asked the system, is this bank somehow connected with that group of scammers? The system said that the download has started. Therefore, B thought that it was clear that the system was working normally now. It was not worth waiting for. It remains to rely only on himself. After some time, they met in the office with some man who said that this was the best project of their company. It is tested by the market and brings a stable income. He also presented everything in detail in the plan. They asked them if they had any questions. B thought that this company was unreliable in asset management, but he didn't see the connection with their goal here. Leo Wang said, no problem. We are investing 10 million. B didn't expect this from him and hit him on the head. He asked him, who, in your opinion, is the owner here? He wouldn't let him talk and told the man that he would consult with his consultant. The man said that he would wait outside. When the man left, B said that after everything he said, he didn't see any clues at all. He asked Leo Wang if he was sure that they were connected with scammers. Leo Wang also said so simply he would give 10 million. How do you think what would have happened then? Leo Wang said. They probably would have found the evidence. B said, it's wrong, and asked him if he was lying. Leo Wang said no, never. B asked him, have you already forgotten what you've done for me? Leo Wang said that it was fine. Let him not worry so much. He was really looking for clues here. He did not find the answers, but he found that many people from society are invested here. Then he thought that he could also make money on it, but he was afraid that he would be deceived. So he called him. B told him to learn how to prioritize. How can you be so greedy? Besides, didn't we decide that we would earn money together? They were going to cheat him and collect all the money from him. He ran away so that later he could not even buy a place in the cemetery. Leo Wang said no. Several of his friends also invested and made huge profits. He knows his place. He knows his place. During this time, he earned a lot with him. Well, what awaits them in the future? He wants to be always ready for the future. They said he couldn't explain it to a fool like him, but he had to remember something. He will take care of his future. He should stop talking this nonsense and follow him. They left the office together where the man was waiting for them. He asked him if he was really leaving already. They asked, "What, is it really forbidden to leave here?" Lao Wang told this man that his brother did not find him reliable. The man asked them to believe him, to see them. The main shareholder and the boss are influential people, especially in the ancient circle. They are influential figures. Bu asked, "What is the antique circle?" The man said exactly what Bu thought. He was really an influential figure from the ancient circle. Are they investing in an underground bank? But what kind of person could it be? Fatso, what is the forger's bank? How is this even possible? Bu told this man that he would have said it earlier. He really likes this famous and influential antique circle. He asked him maybe he would give him recommendations. He wants to meet their boss. If he turns out to be reliable, then he will give him the monthly income of the Lao Foundation and the amount of 3 million to 5 billion. The man asked them to follow him. They came to another office, where another man was waiting for them. It was the owner of this place. He greeted the distinguished guests and told them they could call him Mr. Z. They'd better sit down and talk. They noticed he had that ring on his hand, and Bu thought it was him after all. Dear Su, Bu thought that he was right after all. It's the same person. How many faces does he have? Then this Mr. Z asked what his name was. Bu told him to call him Hey. A few years ago, he was engaged in the sale of coal. But he had already given up on it. He had heard from his subordinates that he was a very important figure of the ancient society, and he thought that maybe he should develop in this direction. Su said that there is nothing complicated about it. It all depends on his connections, capabilities, and of course capital. If he is interested, then he could bring him up to date. Bu said fine, let him tell him everything. Su said it was a very lucrative business, but the risks are not small either. But he should not doubt their professionalism, Bu asked. What kind of professionalism? He should just tell him how to make money. He thought that he should pretend to be an amateur because they need to talk to him. He asked him if he was very poorly versed in antiques. Is it really possible to make money on this? Is it at least profitable? Can he just help him earn? What's in it for him? Su told him that he must be joking. We are businessmen. Nevertheless, we can help you earn. Our operation is specified. You have nothing to worry about. Bo said yes, they were going to use it. Do they really want him to invest in their empty chatter? Su said that he did not understand it because it was a trade secret. This is a rather difficult question, but you should not doubt their capabilities and authority. Bo asked him if he really thought he was doubting. Then he should see his capabilities. He wants to invest in it, and he asked him how much he needed, Su thought. Who is this kid anyway? Is he really some lock? Al Big Shot, or did someone else? Bu said. How slow are they? Have you spent so much time on idle chatter? How can it be that antiques make a profit? Maybe I should find another company. Maybe I should find another company. Lao Wang was delighted and thought that the boss was playing arrogant. So cool. He didn't even dare to intervene. What should he do? Bo asked the fat man. Didn't you say there was a more reliable company? You should take me there. Then Su got up and called out to him. He told him that he shouldn't worry so much because they are an honest company. Recently, a lot of forgers have appeared, and he needs to be very careful. Bu asked him what he had just said. Su said that recently, they had a big antique business that needed funds. If he, Mr. Hay, could believe them, then they would have gone to a big plus. Of course, dividends will be paid in accordance with the investment. Bo asked, what is true? Su said that, of course, he was so attentive. Bu thought that he was still being cautious, but he is lucky if he is still used. Then including in speech such big words as big business or lack of funds. Does this mean that this bank is really related to forgers? The system said that the probability of connections between the bank and a group of scammers is 100. Bo, seeing this, was surprised but said that it was good. He impressed him. Then he left. When Su was left alone in the office, he said that this guy seemed to be a local big shot, but people were still afraid of questions about investments. They wondered if the system had already recovered. Well, the system continued its loading. Then Bu fell out, which is understandable. He will imagine that she is not there, but he still needs to sort it out somehow. They were already in the car and Lao Wang was driving. He wanted to say something to Bo, but at that moment, he got a phone call. It was Master Kai. Bu picked up the phone and asked if there had been any major events in the ancient society recently, something that requires a lot of investment. Master Kai said that indeed, one family abroad was putting up for auction a large number of rare copies. There had even been a lot of buyers who were determined to buy them. After which Bu hung up the phone and said that the antique auction involved large sums of money. Everything seems to be starting to converge, and he thought, are they really going to forge foreign antiques with their dexterity? It's like printing money for yourself. Since it so happened first, they need to deprive them of this money and bankrupt the bank. Bu thought that the only problem was that he had no idea how to deal with underground banks. They are very careful and use only special money channels. Even if he succeeds in closing this bank, it would just be a room. Besides, he has no proof. He cannot act rashly. After all, there is a whole organization of scammers behind the bank. He needs to cope with them in one blow, otherwise he can't avoid trouble. It is necessary to discuss this with Master Wu and Master Kai. They will certainly be able to find a solution. He was about to call them, but then the system told him that it seems he is not capable of solving problems without the help of the system and external people. They asked the system what it meant. Shouldn't it be rebooting? Why was she complaining? The system said that because he is incapacitated without the system, he should choose options right now. Bu thought that the system was looking down on him, but he would prove it to her. Without relying on the system or other people, he will be able to destroy the underground bank. Lao Wang looked worried and told his boss that he really didn't want to lie to him about today. Honestly. Lastly, Bu told him that if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have realized that Su from the Wu family owns an underground bank. He is acquitted. Lao Wang was shocked and asked what he had just said. Is the owner of this bank Su from the Wu family? Bo asked him if he really only realized it now. They are run by scammers. Didn't he know about it? Lao Wang said he was in shock right now. How could he have known that? But wait, if Su is the owner of this bank and the banks are run by scammers, then this means Su is a member of a fraudulent organization. Only such a fat genius like him was able to find this secret. Bo told him to be careful driving while Wang said, okay, he can relax. Bu asked him, what does it mean? He already guessed about it, didn't he? Bu said that, of course. He analyzes perfectly. Lao Wang asked him, what then? What should they do now? He's going to contact Master Wu and defeat everyone in one fell swoop, isn't he? Bu said they had no proof. If they blindly try to crush the snake, it will simply slip away. A more reliable way is needed. Lao Wang asked, what if they destroy the bank now? But he's not his friend. Money is still there. If you do something to him, their money will also be lost. They need to be warned so that they withdraw their money on time. Bu must have thought of something and asked Lao Wang to repeat what he just said. Lao Wang said he wasn't after money. He is very loyal and will not be able to just watch his friends go bankrupt. Bu told him not to worry, so he doesn't blame him for it. He is his blessing. Bu has an idea. Su came to Master Wu and told his grandfather that everything went fine in the company. He asked, what should I do now? Master Wu told him to straighten his back and speak straight. Su did as he told him and said, here, I stood up straight. Master Wu told him to hurry up because he gets angry when he sees him. If something happens to his company from now on, then he should deal with it himself and not involve him. Su said it was fine, then he bowed out. He was already driving in the car, contacted the man, and told him that he had charged his subordinates half of the amount to his account. The rest will arrive as soon as he receives it. Scar said it was great. He was doing a great job. He did the right thing when he entrusted the bank to him. After the operation is completed, he will score a high place for him in the organization. Su asked, is it really true? Then thanked Scar. After that, their call was completed. Su asked, what is a high position? After all, in fact, he wants his posts. When he completely subdues the entire organization, he will be able to make them pay, and the Wu family will be his too. He will control both the scammers and the Wu family. Light and darkness will be his from now on. Everyone in the ancient world will respect him. He had endured and humiliated himself for so many years. Finally, he will see the fruits of success. Then they called him again. He picked up the phone and asked, what happened? He was informed that something had happened at the bank and he was asked to return as soon as possible. Sue asked if something really happened at the bank. Meanwhile, Bo was trying to get away from this man with quick steps. He looked around and asked, "What did I do?" But here, we have a whole show of cries for help. It was the man who was drowning in the water. Bo asked the system if he was really in danger or just pretending. Should he watch him die without even trying to save him? The system started downloading, but Bai Wu couldn't stand it and shouted for everyone to disperse. He handed the man a stick and told him to grab it quickly. He thought that he couldn't afford to think about whether the man was a criminal or not. It was a matter of life and death. Should I save him first? Then, all the other people caught on and said they needed to help him. After they pulled the man out, everyone started praising Bo. One of the fishermen said he was so smart. Another fisherman said he was very brave and quick-witted. Without his help, the man would have died. A man with glasses said, "What a good man he is." Then the system informed him that he had received some power. Bai Wu thought, really, all systems are powered by it. It gave him the system's confirmation that it was a 100 falsification. He was actually sinking 90-80, Bai Wu thought. This guy really faked falling into the lake in the hope of killing me when I rushed to save him. However, then my leg actually cramped. That's the whole point, isn't it? How stupid he is after all. And he also made a mistake with the poisoning. The killer is so stupid. And how did I just manage to escape? Well, now they'll see how he catches him. Bo called the man and told him to come to him as soon as possible. He would send his location and said he shouldn't hang up and should listen to him. Then he looked in the mirror and saw the man and thought, I knew he wouldn't give up. He just wants me to chase him. This man noticed that Bo was walking toward him, so he quickly walked into a shop where the woman was selling underwear. He asked how much it cost. The woman said, $30 each, 2 pairs for 50. They walked past him, and the man, talking on the phone, said that he suspected someone was trying to kill him, and that he should get him out of here as soon as possible. When Bo walked past him, the man exhaled, thinking that Bo seemed to sense danger. But thanks to his intelligence, Bai Wu didn't realize it was coming from him. This brat is cunning, he thought. The man reached for his little knife, which was in his inner pocket, and said that now he was forced to act. He started chasing Bai Wu, shouting that he owed him money and asking him, "Where the hell are you running off to?" The man thought it was better to pretend to be a collector. It would cover his tracks. Bai Wu ran into the street but realized it was a dead end. He turned around and told the man not to approach him, asking when he managed to owe him money because they don't even know each other. The man told him not to pretend. He'd had enough. Someone asked him to kill Bai Wu because he annoyed someone who he shouldn't have. The man took his knife out of his jacket. Bo asked him to wait and inquired about how much they paid him. He offered to pay him twice. No, 3 times more. The man asked, what, 3 times? And Bai thought it would be enough for him for the rest of his life. The man was afraid but considered asking for 5 times more. Bai suggested that if he wasn't satisfied with the triple payment, he could offer 5 times more. Just let him go. The man thought that Bo had found out he was just a rich coward. Still, if he lets him go, he will be killed as they are much stronger than he is. He could first extort money from Bai Wu and then kill him. The man told him that as soon as he said he would give him 500,000 yuan, he would be free. He had to transfer money from his phone right now. Bai Wu said he didn't have that much money in his mobile account. He asked if the man could go home with him so that he could pay him in cash. However, the man told him not to move, accusing him of deceiving him. He didn't believe a word Bai Wu said. At that moment, La Wang had already arrived to help Bo. He jumped over the wall with his back, and the man told Bo to give him the money quickly. Bai Wu noticed La Wang and told the man that okay, now he would give him the money. Turning to La Wang, he said that now. After that, La Wang jumped off the wall and put a mag on the man. The man asked who it was who caught him. La Wang started hitting him with a stick and said that he had asked for it. After some time, La Wang exhaled, saying that the scoundrel was so heavy he was already tired. Mike sat down next to the man and asked him if he was hired by a gang of forgers, wasn't it? If he tells the truth, he will not punish him, but instead he will even give him some money. The man just called him a jerk and said that he shouldn't even think about it. He will not betray a professional to his employer. They asked him if he was a killer with moral principles. As far as he knows, there was $1,000,000 bounty on his head. How dare they give him only 10 of the total amount? The man asked, "What? $1,000,000. But Mr. Day always paid 100,000 for each murder, just like this time." He asked Bo how he knew how much he was being paid and where he got the information about 1,000,000, trying to deceive him. Bai thought that Mr. Dai's assumptions were correct. He's hired by a gang of forgers. Then Mr. Kai called Bo and asked him why he wasn't there yet. Lawang kicked the man and told him to be quiet. Bai told Mr. Kai that he had encountered some problem. Mr. Kai, terrified, asked him what had happened. He should have had Hanai pick him up. Bo said that it was not necessary. He had already completely figured it out. Don't worry so much about him. It's late today. Bai asked Mr. Kai if he could come to him tomorrow morning. What did he think about this? Mr. Kai said that, of course, since everything is fine with him before the start, let him go home and tomorrow he will send someone to pick him up. He has to take good care of himself. The police had already arrived at the scene, and Bo asked Wang to deal with him. Lawang said that it was fine. Let him take care of himself. Bai asked the system when it would finally start working. The system told him that it got some power. Bai thought that he didn't want to see these idiotic notes. They were already infuriating him so much. The system said that the chance of a possible danger is almost 90. After all this, Bo went to his home. It was already very dark, and he thought that he was so exhausted today. However, he barely managed to escape. He got into the elevator and headed to his floor. He thought about how much trouble he had really had today. He really hoped that they would leave him alone for a while. But will they come back sooner or later? Were all the troubles he had encountered today accidental? Or is it a trap that had been prepared by forgers to catch him by surprise? Gang wants to kill him once and for all. If he only relaxes his vigilance, it won't be that easy. 2 days ago, Scar was on the phone again and said, "What a strange guy, he really underestimated him. They have to plan everything well. If the assassins sent by them manage to finish him off, then it will be fine. If not, then let them wait until he loses his vigilance. They will show him where the crayfish hibernate when he does not expect it. He must die." Bo entered his apartment and turned on the light. However, the killer was so stupid. Is he really a professional? Or is he just the weakest of them? But the gang of forgers will definitely send someone else. Then the system said that the owner was in serious danger. A man burst into his apartment with a knife, and Bai thought it was too late. The system said that the owner was in serious danger. The protection mode was activated. When the man stabbed Bai with a knife, he didn't even hurt him. Bai thought the system had blocked it, but why? The man grinned, thinking that Bo was just lucky the phone saved him. Then he attacked him again and cut his hand. The system said that it lacked energy, so it could no longer protect its master. Bai thought it was just awful. He grabbed an ashtray and threw it at the man, but the man deftly caught it. Su was already going up in the elevator. He thought that he had humiliated himself in front of the Wu family for many years, hiding his claws, silently waiting for this moment. All the light and all the darkness of ancient society will be in his hands, and all of them are just steps on his path. He went up to the 28th floor and thought that he had nothing to be afraid of. Then, the elevator doors opened, and he saw a huge crowd of people who were swearing. Did someone say that they should solve this issue? He wanted to take his money. They had to hurry. An elderly man asked what he was carrying because he had a contract. The woman told him to give her the money now. Bank employees tried to calm people down. One man told the woman to suffer, as their boss was coming now. The man began to assure them that their money was completely safe, and that they had nothing to worry about. That's when their boss showed up. He said their company had never restricted anyone. If they wanted to withdraw money, they could take it off. However, they would not be liable for damages. According to the contract, they could only receive the principal amount. The man asked, "What should we do then?" The woman said that whatever it was, they should first take their money. An elderly man asked, "Does that mean we invested in vain?" The man who was standing next to Su was angry. He asked, "Why in vain?" Our company has strong financial resources and a reliable reputation. How was it in vain? The man said he was leaving. Rumors spread, and Sue was asked, "What are the rumors?" It was good that he found out about it in time. The driver said that if there were real problems, they wouldn't be standing in front of them now. They shouldn't worry about anything. The man said he wasn't sure if it was their family savings. The woman said that even if this was the case, they still had to return the money to them. Sue said it was fine. They had to go through formal procedures, after which they would add them to the blacklist of companies. He asked the others if anyone else wanted to withdraw money. The others asked him to give them more time to think. Sue chuckled and thought that they had spread rumors, alarmed his people, and were now retreating. It was a bluff to delay them. He needed to calm them down somehow. He turned to his driver and asked, "What about the people I was looking for?" The driver said he had reminded them, and they were almost there. Then, two men burst in. One of them said that he had heard it was much safer to invest here. The owner of this place was very talented and insightful. He was definitely reliable. Another man asked where the owner was. They wanted to invest all their money, as they had several tens of millions. The driver informed Sue that it seemed to be them. Sue thought it was just in time. Turning to Messrs. Chang and Zhu, he greeted them and mentioned that he was already waiting. After that, he introduced them to the people gathered there, stating that they were influential figures from Beijing who came specifically to invest. An elderly man inquired if it wasn't Wang Ergu and Li Huzi. Another man confirmed that it was indeed them. The elderly man then asked, "When did these individuals manage to become the big bosses of Beijing?" Approaching Mr. Chang, he claimed that Mr. Chang still owed him 300 yuan and questioned where he got millions from. He speculated if it was Ming Bai. This led to a fight breaking out, during which a man pulled a suitcase from their hands, and it accidentally opened, revealing no money, but only old clothes. Mr. Chang admitted to the boss that they had been found out, and their performance didn't work. Mr. Jiang also fled, claiming it wasn't their fault. Remaining dissatisfied, people questioned the boss about his association with these individuals, as something seemed off. They asked why he would engage in such activities. In the ensuing chaos, they demanded their money back, expressing concerns about leaving their money with an unreliable company. This led to an attack on the boss, with people insisting on getting their money back, prompting questions about the nature of his association with these individuals. The boss, in a panic, tried to calm everyone down, stating that there was a misunderstanding and that he wasn't familiar with them. An elderly man challenged this, recalling the boss's earlier statement about waiting for them. People shouted about the danger of leaving their money with the company, expressing concerns about its reliability. In the heat of the moment, they attacked the boss, demanding their money back. Fearing the consequences of the situation, the boss and his driver discussed their options in the office. The boss realized that half of the bank's funds had already been transferred, and he expressed concern that the remaining amounts might not be enough. In frustration, the boss knocked a lamp off the table, vowing to find out who was behind the betrayal and insisting on resolving the issue quickly. Meanwhile, Sue called Ziol Lu, instructing him to transfer all the capital from the work account. When questioned about the potential consequences, Sue assured Ziol that he would take care of everything himself. Sue later received a call from his wife, Ryu, who inquired about the situation. Sue reassured her and instructed her to focus on her own matters while he handled the situation. He pondered what Ryu might be doing at that moment. Master Wu burst into the room after overhearing Sue's phone conversation. He expressed surprise and concern about one of his children being involved in deceitful activities. Master Wu demanded answers, an explanation about who was stealing their family's money, and questioning the bank's connection to a group of scammers followed. Sue contemplated shifting the blame to Bu and concocting a story to divert attention. Taking a deep breath, Sue asked for his grandfather's forgiveness and claimed that Bu was responsible for the bank's mismanagement. Sue explained that Bo manipulated him into taking control of the bank, ultimately causing the current situation. Sue admitted his guilt but emphasized that it was all because of Bo's deceitful actions. Master Wu questioned the authenticity of Sue's claims, prompting Sue to argue that Bo deceived him and manipulated the situation to his advantage. Sue said he was ready to prove his guilt and that he would bring justice back. He thought that he seemed to have figured it out when Bo entered the room in disguise and asked Mr. Z why he was on his knees. Bu said he was glad to meet him again and that he seemed to be very busy today. At that moment, Bu took off his disguise and asked if Su didn't recognize him. He had heard that someone was accusing him, and that was why he came. Su turned pale all over and thought, no, it's impossible. How did he reveal it? Bu asked him if he really thought he could get away with it. Su said it was all because of him. Bu patted Leo Wang on the shoulder and said yes. He had asked the fat man to spread those rumors so that people would start taking their money. The fat man asked, isn't it thanks to his wide connections and influence that everything worked out for them? Their group of scammers spread bad rumors about him, tooth for tooth, an eye for an eye. They said the same thing about his 2 visitors today, who were replaced by him. Su said, it's no wonder they revealed themselves like that. So he framed me. Bo said that he noticed money from bank accounts beginning to be transferred to fraudulent organizations and to organize an auction of fake foreign antiques. He took out a flash drive and said that the proof was here. He foresaw that Su would covet the Wu family's bank account. Master Wu had been keeping an eye on his people beforehand, and he clearly heard their phone conversation. Then Master Wu joined the conversation, saying that he had come here before, with the last hope of giving him one last chance to confess and get on the right path. Unfortunately, he had let him down. The Wu family accepted him, but he spat in their face. But the most unforgivable part was that he swore an oath to a group of scammers. Su told him that he knew better than anyone why he did it. When Bo heard this, he thought, was there really something that made him do this? Su said. Wasn't he the one who made him like this? Master Wu was furious and asked Su what he meant by saying that it was his fault. Su asked, what? Didn't he become like this only because of you? Leo Wang asked Bo, what is going on here? Bu said, it looked like it wasn't that simple. Master Wu called Su ungrateful and asked him how dare he bite the hand that fed him. He threw it and asked him what was wrong. He demanded that Su say what he did. Su got to his feet and said that ever since he became part of the Wu family, he was constantly looked down upon. No matter what he did, he was always unhappy. They considered him incapable of anything. Did they really think he couldn't run the company? He had been underestimated. He had become their enemy. He would help destroy them. To everyone who hated him, he would show them what he was capable of. He would prove to all of them that they were wrong about him. He also asked, why did he become like this? And what does he have to do with it? Leo Wang, wiping the sweat from his forehead, said, in large families, everything is always so confusing. Bu said that's why Su became like this. Master Wu exhaled and said that this was what had always tormented him. He sat down on the sofa again and said, everyone except Bo should leave them. After everyone left, Master Wu said that Father Rui and Zio had left them early. He couldn't hand over the family business to such young girls. Rui was too soft and Zio was too hot-tempered. If they became heirs, it would be very difficult for them. When Su became part of the family, that's when he checked his data. His abilities may not have been strong, but he had character. If he had to develop everything, he could have become an heir. Su Wu, temperate, said that he had been rude to him ever since he became part of their family. He was always picking on him. Master Wu said, you can't bind a sharp blade. He motivated him to do better. Unfortunately, Su was never able to understand his efforts. He crashed at the first obstacle and decided to go the slippery slope. Then Su realized, and he asked, does this really mean that you don't hate me? Master Wu said that if he hated him, he wouldn't be responsible for their family's biggest company. If he hated him, would he have let him marry Rui? Su asked. What does it really mean? That I was wrong all this time. It turned out that he was to blame for everything. He started bowing at Master Wu's feet and said, I always thought I was smart, but it turns out I'm an idiot. Watching all this, Bu thought that he felt so sorry for him. Master Wu said that the family would not be able to raise him again. He must sever all ties with the scammer. They would like to comply with the laws, expel him from the family and put him on trial. Su said it was all his own fault and that he would accept any punishment. Master Wu said that their family would not allow someone like him into the family for the sake of Rui's reputation. He should get a divorce. Su said it was fine. He didn't want to involve Rui in this. He would get divorced. But then his wife ran into the room and said, No, don't. Everyone was in shock. Su asked her what she was doing here. Master Wu told her to stay in the car. Had she been eavesdropping all this time? Rui stood up for her husband and told her grandfather that, since childhood, she had always obeyed him. But this could not be. She was not getting a divorce. Su told his wife to come to her senses. She would be better off without him. Rui said no, because he is her husband, and in sorrow and joy, they should be together. She hugged him and said that they exchanged vows, and no matter what happens, they will always be there for each other. If he leaves the Wu family, then she will leave too. The Wu family treated him so unfairly, and she was so blind that she didn't even notice it. What happened is also her fault, so she should leave too. Su hugged his wife and told her that he was wrong. He wanted to move forward, but he constantly made mistakes. He was to blame. Bu did not bother them and moved to the exit. He thought that this only concerned their family, and he was superfluous here, so he should leave. He fought for fame and fortune, but did not appreciate those who were nearby, so he lost. He needed to become the best version of himself for the sake of those who were next to him. He didn't finish so badly. The underground bank may have closed down, but its claims against forgers had only increased. Things could only get worse in the future. Meanwhile, Scar contacted his man and said that the bank had closed. They did not have enough funds to hold an auction. He was currently looking through the papers with information about Bo. Scar said he underestimated him. In his rage, he scattered all the papers and said that Bo had to die. Bu was talking to Mr. Kai. Kai told him that it was all thanks to the fact that he found the bank so early. Otherwise, the forgers would have raised a huge amount at the auction, and the consequences would have been simply terrible. Then Master Wu also intervened in the conversation, saying that he was completely right and thanking Bu. He destroyed an underground bank in one fell swoop. Great job, Iowa said. It's good that everything ended well. Master Wu picked up the phone and told him not to be modest. If you hadn't stopped him in time, it would have been tight, but how could the Wu family allow such a thing? He wanted to say something about Miss Rui, but Master Wu interrupted him and said that she was more likely to give up her inheritance than her missing husband. He would accept whatever choice she made, but they wouldn't talk about it. His old friends would be back in town in a few days and Bo should come too. Bo thought, friends. Are they also from the ancient circle? Does Master Wu want to help him expand his influence? Could this be a thank you for the bank? He also needed to thank them somehow. But to go to the forgers? Master Wu said he would let him know when they arrived. Bu said that if so, he would be in touch, and he thought that the bank was destroyed now. The scammers had a grudge against him, but knowing their methods, they could also kill him. The system reported that this was a very high probability. Then Mr. Kai took the phone from Master Wu here and told him to let him talk. Mr. Kai told him that big events were just ahead. He remembered that soon there would be an election for the title of Elder, of which he spoke. Bu thought already, he said that they were only waiting for confirmation, but he heard that there were still people who recommended many people, and they were all very famous old men who knew their business. But he knew that Bu was very talented. Other old people would be more skeptical. Bu thought that his influence and connections were really inferior to others. The two elders had already elected him. If he couldn't convince the others, then he would lose. But in fact, with the system, he would have nothing to fear. But now, there was not enough energy in the system, which made it seem weak to everyone. He would be able to detect forgers who had infiltrated the organization. They would be able to predict it. Not only would he be able to get a membership, but he would also kill two birds with one stone. Master Kai told him that there may be accomplices of scammers among the chosen ones. They cannot claim this, but as long as he is here, they will find them. They can't lose. Master Wu took old Kai by the hand and told him that it was Bu. What was he talking about? Sir Kai asked, requesting to be let go because they were discussing business. Bu thought that these two trusted him too much. He shouldn't give them a ride. If there is no escape from adversity, then at least he will clear the ancient cool cave from intruders. Maybe he can get rid of them completely, but now a group of scammers wants to kill him even without the system said he would be able to find them. There's a system here. He was told that the probability of a threat from a group of scammers is almost 90. For leaving Hajul, he will receive 95 energy. They didn't expect her to answer him and told her that she had scared him. It was so little energy in her. "So, what did you ask? What energy? What is he talking about?" He realized that he had said it out loud and explained to Mr. Kai that he was saying that the phone was low on power. He thought that maybe he really should go and fight monsters to replenish his energy. But he already knew about it. Running away would not solve his problem. Sooner or later, they would collide anyway. "Sir," she said, "I will not distract you anymore." Bu asked him to wait and thought he needed to talk to them about the scammers who had infiltrated them. Without the system, the support of two elders was simply necessary for him. He told Master Kai that, regarding the confirmation, he had a few ideas that he wanted to discuss with them. He was coming to them now. He immediately went downstairs and drove the car to them. All this time, a man was watching him through binoculars. Seeing that Bu was going somewhere, this man grinned. Bu was driving along the road when there was a very slow truck in front of him, which he decided to overtake. But at that moment, the truck broke down and crashed into him. Bu got out of the car, all scared, saying, "I'm alive." His whole life flashed before his eyes. He called on the phone and said that there was an accident at the intersection. He told the person on the phone exactly what happened and said that there were no fatalities. He himself thought that it was really just an accident because a little more, and he would have been dead. The driver of the truck was also very scared, but the system informed him that the probability of a threat from a group of scammers was almost 90. Bu remembered that the system had already warned him about the danger. Could everything have been arranged in order to remove him under the guise of an accident? The police arrived at the scene and said that they had looked at the surveillance cameras and concluded that he was innocent. The truck driver would take responsibility and Bu could leave, but only as soon as he contacted the insurance company. Bu thought that this driver looked very respectable, and he told the policeman, "Well, the people from the insurance company will take care of the rest." It was time for him to leave. He thought, if the driver had nothing to do with it, then maybe it was his car. Could it be that the criminal is among the crowd? I'd better get out of here soon. He went down some street, and then a cactus almost fell on top of him. Bu raised his head up and shouted that there were people there. Then he thought, "What if it's them?" and rushed away. Then a motorcycle came toward him. Bu deftly dodged. He thought, "Is it really a murderer?" The motorcyclist shouted at him to watch where he was going. After some time, Bu reached the center, and looking around, he thought that he should be safe in crowded places. Maybe, of course, it's already overreacting. He didn't think they all wanted to kill him, but there are a lot of coincidences. Somehow, whatever it is, God takes care of it. He needed to get to the master as soon as possible. It would definitely be safer there. The streets were full of people. It would be difficult to defend himself. But if he got out of the crowd, he would be killed in some alley. In addition, they might be armed. There's a subway with weapons in this shopping center. They will definitely not let him in there. He was about to go down the stairs, but then someone accidentally pushed him. He turned around and thought it was the killer, but it turned out to be an elderly woman who also fell because of him. He thought, "She scared me to death," but it seemed that she really did it by accident. He asked her for forgiveness and said that he was very sorry. The woman said that it was nothing. It was her own fault. Her ankle hurt, and thanks to him, she did not fall down. The system told him that it captured energy. Bu thought, what other energy? The woman grabbed his hand and said she was scared of the attack and thanked him. Bo said she was too polite, that it wasn't worth it, and thought that he still needed to be saved. But the woman took him by the hand and said, "No, I should thank you," and invited him to dinner. Bo said it wasn't worth it, and he thought that it would be nice to eat. But a restaurant is a crowded place, and it is unlikely that anything will happen there. Besides, she was very strong. They got to the restaurant, and the man was watching him the whole time, giggling. He thought, "I finally got caught." He was holding a test tube in his hands. The system said it was advising him to leave a dangerous place. Probability of a threat from a group of scammers is almost 90s. Bu and this woman took a table. The man was watching them and thought, "I'm invisible until he gets it in his mouth." Meanwhile, Bu had already cut off a piece of meat and was about to eat it. The man said that yes, that's how he should try it. After Bo put the piece of meat in his mouth, the man thought that he would die in 3 hours and no one would even know the cause of his death. But then, Bu choked. The woman asked him what had happened. He should try it, she said. He looked so skinny. Bu smiled at her and thought, did the chef make a mistake with the seasoning? Why does he feel such a strong taste of soda? The man was furious and thought, did he spit it out? Had he discovered something in him? Bu drank a glass of water, thinking the steak with soda tasted so strange. Did the chef come from another planet? If the steak was poisoned, then he had choked. The woman got up and started slapping him on the back, asking if he really choked. Apparently, he ate too fast. The man who was watching all of this was delighted. Then the system informed him that the steak was sent 100. But the user was poisoned by 0. He thought, I wasn't poisoned, but the steak was poisoned. What the system meant was that he only survived because someone made a mistake while trying to poison him. Is there a killer here somewhere? He then looked at the man, and the system said he was 100 a killer. As soon as Bu found out, he pretended that nothing had happened. The woman asked him what he didn't like about the steak and what else he would like to taste. He could order any dish he wanted. Bu said there was no need for that. The steak was fine. He thought it was very likely that it was just an attempted murder. It seems that staying in the crowd wasn't so safe, and maybe he had even dragged an innocent person into it. This man laughed and thought, this time, he would definitely die. After some time, Bu said goodbye to the woman. The man followed him and thought, how is this brat still alive after such a dose of poison? It was strange because he was supposed to die of a heart attack. Meanwhile, in the killer's lair, there was now an accomplice of the murderer who took the poison from the table and said, who tore the label off his bottle. He barely recognized her. This man kept chasing Bo. He thought that he must have been deceived by an unscrupulous seller. He had to rely only on himself. After that, he began to catch up with Bo. Bu noticed this and thought that this man was in good physical shape. He tried to poison him, but he was still alive. Bu abruptly sat down to tie his shoelace and thought, he failed to poison me, so now he wants to push me under a car, so I'll get hit. The man remembered that he was told not to panic. He should die in an accident. And he himself thought, this is what the boss needed to complicate everything. I just need to take him to a deserted place and kill him. It'll be done with.